year. Last year we had a little problem with an 8 car that was here, an ambulance that was here at the field. People were parked along those curb lines. That ambulance couldn't get all the way through. So you might have noticed your Ridgefield Police Department is here this evening. Those areas are all posted, no parking. If it's got a yellow curb line, or if it's got a red curb line, or if it's got signs along those curb lines that say no parking, you very well may be ticketed or towed. So before the game gets going tonight, if you parked on the curb line, get out there and double check. For those fans that weren't here earlier, we got a tater tot truck on site out on the left Schwab left field platform. Tater tots galore with lots of different toppings. Down here behind the concession area and the bird's nest, we've also got snow cones for you tonight while they last. Get there early. Don't forget to get your beer bats. The 2024 beer bats are available. $23, and that includes your first draft beer. After that, bring it back for every game. You get $1 off every draft beer purchase with your Raptor beer bat. Fans, don't forget, next Tuesday we've got a game. If you're here on a single ticket tonight, Tuesdays are $3 Tuesdays at Raptor Field. $3 admission, $3 hot dogs, $3 nachos, $3 domestic beers. $3 Tuesdays, sponsored by Washington's Lottery. Welcome to the prettiest setting in West Coast League baseball. This is Sean Gard, your stadium announcer. Welcome to Raptor Field. Today, the Raptors open the 2024 season and welcome the Cowlitz Black Bears to the stadium. Tonight's the first game of 7 in the annual Columbia River Cup. Raptor fans, you're going to hear it all year. Let's give the Black Bears a big Ridgefield welcome. Tonight we want to give a shout out to game sponsor for opening
From the box beyond home plate at Ridgefield Outdoor Recreational Complex, otherwise known as the Rourke, we have West Coast League play resuming as the Ridgefield Raptors are going to take on the Cowlitz Black Bears in a West Coast League clash. My name is Patrick McCall. I'm your voice of the Raptors here in 2024. Of course, this game is a specialty opening game marked as a non-league game, but it's still the first of the Columbia River Cup. And for Raptors and Black Bears fans that tuned in all of last year, you would know that it's the very important rivalry series, which will start tonight. It's a 7-game set. Last year, the Raptors won this series 4-3. They did so in the prior season, yet the other 3 prior seasons were won by the Black Bears, who were able to capture it in 2019, 21, and 22. So it will be a great year here for Ridgefield and Cowlitz to get going. But last year for the Raptors, we look back to the 2023 Ridgefield team. They finished 33-21 in the regular season, and the Black Bears actually finished with the exact same record. But what was interesting is that with the way that the playoff splits work out, Ridgefield the only team to advance to the postseason because you got to win either the first or the second half division to get a chance to qualify for the postseason. As for those tuning in on the YouTube stream can see the general manager Gus Farah out there addressing the crowd. It's a beautiful night for baseball. In fact, a good crowd filling out towards the left field and all the way down into right field, where some young patrons take sides on the Black Bears side of things. But to go back to more of what it was last year, it was a great season for both of these two teams, as Cowlitz had a franchise record with 33 wins, had a better second half, but were not able to get as deep as they wanted to. Meanwhile, Ridgefield had sort of the same situation, were able to get into the postseason, but would be knocked out by the Portland Pickles by a score of 10-6 after taking a 6-0 lead on the road at Walker Stadium. They needed that one to advance into the postseason, where they're stuck in the divisional series, ended up losing. So for the Raptors, who made the postseason the last 2 years, they're looking to continue the success into this 2024 season. And for that, they are bringing in a whole new bunch of players, many of which are not returning but are new faces. And that's the same situation for the Black Bears. As we get into this one, we'll take a look at some of the starters and also the pitching matchup, which will be important in this game as well. And for the hometown Raptors, who will send out somebody to the mound first, it'll be the righty Travis Gibson from Washington. He goes to Clark College and graduated from Meshuggah High School. He stands at 6 feet tall, 168 pounds. He's a freshman right-handed thrower, and at Clark as a freshman this past spring, he had a 2.35 ERA there. He went 16 appearances, was 0-1 in his one decision, and 23 innings and under his belt, held opposing hitters to just 195 batting average. Season highs would be 3 2/3 innings with 4 strikeouts on the road at Blue Mountain. So if Gibson goes deep, might be a bit of a surprise, as he has not even reached 4 innings in the prior spring. But his last time out was against Pierce College. He went 2 1/3 there. Another great outing. He didn't allow any runs on 1 hit. No walks or strikeouts, just 33 pitches for the right-hander. And he will be toeing to the rubber again for the Raptors tonight in this matchup. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, we do not have as much information on the Black Bears starter. It's Michael Fitzgerald. He's a freshman starter in this game, listed as an outfielder often, but he's from Mount Hood Community College in Beaverton, Oregon. And mind you, the Black Bears roster been a bit thin, and Fitzgerald didn't necessarily make any starts this prior spring with Mount Hood. But again, for the Black Bears, only about 20 players on the roster at the moment and 9 position players. So some guys are still coming in for Cowlitz, to say the least. And of course, in this non-league game, it's going to be all about getting that experience, getting players ready for the grind that this season is, because it'll get underway very quickly for both these squads. In fact, Cowlitz, they have the road game here, of course, of the Ridgefield Raptors to open things up, but then they play a home series against what's been the best team in the league over the prior season. And of course, last year's winner of the West Coast League, the Corvallis Knights, and then go on the road to Nanaimo and the Night Owls, which will be, of course, in British Columbia and Canada. Meanwhile, the Ridgefield Raptors have a bit of things on their side to look forward to. An immediate road trip to Portland. That's Friday, Saturday, Sunday. They don't get an off day before the home series against Edmonton and the Riverhawks. That starts on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday on June the 5th, capping that homestand out for the off day for the Raptors. So for both these teams, it's really going to be a sprint out of the gates, whether they're ready or not. And as we look into today's game, we're going to give you the starting lineups, of course, which on the side of the Black Bears, who will come to the plate first, it's number 17, the designated hitter, Jackson Babione, and Sergio DiCello hits behind him. The right fielder, Bronson Neve, is the shortstop batting third. Will Anderson, the first baseman, in the cleanup spot. Nick Miller will bat fifth, and play third. Royce Van Dien is the catcher, batting in the 6th slide. Cody Estes is the center fielder, and Ren Cecil is the second baseman tonight in the 8th part of the order for the Cowlitz Black Bears. Reese Hall will be the left fielder and the starter as well for Cowlitz, batting out in the 9th spot in the order. On the Ridgefield side is Kyle Mamarian, the third baseman, getting a start in the infield and batting first. Andrew Greniert is the shortstop, batting second. Luke Iverston is the catcher. He'll bat third. Jack Salmon, the center fielder, in the cleanup position. Jack Naylor is the first baseman, batting fifth. Ryder Cutlip is the right fielder. He will take spot at the 6th slide in the order. Spencer Siegel, the left fielder, and going to bat seventh. Nick Holm is the designated hitter, batting 8th in the lineup tonight. And Cal Pickhart will be the second baseman, getting the start in the 9th spot in the order. But again, if you're just tuning in, this is the Ridgefield Raptors and the Cowlitz Black Bears to open up the 2024 season in the West Coast League with non-league play as these two teams try to get the Columbia River Cup. But as he is being honored on the field, it would be a great time to look into the head coaching staff for both these programs. But for the hometown Raptors, it's Chris Cota, a returner again, his 5th season with the Raptors. He's been here every season in Ridgefield. Same with Nick Allen, who is the assistant coach. So there has not been a Raptors season without these two leading the helm. And Cota is a coach at College of the Canyon in the Cougars in California in the spring, but in the summer takes duties up here in the Pacific Northwest. And Nick Allen is in his 5th season, but he is also the head coach of the Ridgefield Spudders, the high school team that plays on this same field. And for Cota in the preseason, he said, "I cannot believe it's already season number 5 for us in Ridgefield. Each season has been better than the last, and we expect to keep building in 2024. I feel such a sense of pride in the community when I arrive in town each summer. Our goals remain the same for this season as we quest for our first WCL championship, and that's to put a product on the field that each night that Southwest Washington is going to be proud of." And by the fan numbers that I see down the left and right field line, it appears that Ridgefield and the community has been more than ready for this first game of the season. Assistant coach Nick Allen in the preseason was also asked about what he's looking forward to. He said, "I'm excited to come back for another season in the WCL. Working with the Raptors has been a great opportunity to share the game of baseball with Clark County, and the Raptors in the WCL produce an outstanding product, and it's a privilege to be a small part of that." And you look over to Cowlitz and the coaching staff. It's Kelly Stinnett, announced as a returning head coach here in 2024. Said he's excited to be back in Longview and take the Black Bears to the next level. The goal is to make the championship series and bring a championship home to Cowlitz. Stinnett said about coming back with the Black Bears. Returns as the head coach after a franchise best 33 wins and the first playoff appearance for the Black Bears since 2012. And the 2023 Black Bears won 21 of their last 28 games. It was an impressive second-half run that lifted them to the postseason. But Stinnett, a guy that has hardly just been coaching and been experienced at this level. In fact, he played 14 seasons in Major League Baseball, did so with 8 different teams, was a catcher that was initially drafted by the Cleveland Indians in the 11th round of the '89 MLB June Amateur Draft after going to Seminole State College of Florida, which is another JUCO. So for a lot of guys on this field, it's kind of a similar position, come in from all levels, NAIA, JUCO ball, D3, D2, D1. You have it all here in the West Coast League, and certainly a lot of great talented players at the highest level that are looking to elevate their game. And that'll be what we have on store, as this one's about 5 minutes from starting. But we'll give you tonight's umpires. It is Dan Ratliff behind home plate calling balls and strikes, and Carlos Butler will be out there manning the bases, the 2 umpire crew we have on deck for this West Coast League game as the Raptors get announced to start the year. But for Stinnett, going back to his time, played with the Arizona Diamondbacks for 4 years, the New York Mets for 3, the Reds for 3. Played with the Brewers a couple seasons, the Royals, Phillies, and Cardinals, and then was able to play with the Yankees for 1 year. He's the head coach at Park University in Gilbert, Arizona, with the Buccaneers. And so that is what you have on store. And you look to these programs that have been so successful, maybe that's the most important part of having success in the West Coast League, is getting consistent coaching. as it can really make a difference. In fact, the Corvallis Knights, who have had the most championships, have had the longtime coach Brooke Knight, who has been with the Knights since 2008, former Oregon State Beaver and native of Corvallis, also played with the Knights. So to have that coaching, have that coming into the game is such a key for these two teams that literally are seeing players come on and off the roster through the first few weeks. Don't even have everybody in town. Some players are away still in NCAA regional play. So it'll be exciting to see how Ridgefield and Cowlitz start the year. And of course, Ridgefield sporting the red jerseys with the Raptors gray across the chest and the white pants with the black caps, while for the Black Bears, they have the black jerseys with Cowlitz across the chest and the gray pants and black caps in this matchup. As one of the returners for the Raptors to look out to, and will bat the cleanup spot tonight, one of the only that have returned, and familiar faces for those who are tuning in for another season of Raptors baseball. We do thank you, but also Jack Salmon from Golden West College, recent commitment to Hawaii, but he hit 288 in the spring as a sophomore, had 5 home runs, 6 doubles, also 3 triples and 39 RBIs. That was building off another year he hit 288 as a freshman at Golden West, where he had 6 doubles, 5 home runs, and 39 RBIs. So he's going to be somebody at a bat to look forward to here for the Raptors, certainly in this game and probably for the rest of the year, as he was with Ridgefield in 2023 for the duration. Actually originally committed to Southern California out of Corona Del Mar High School, a top 500 player, number 132 overall, outfielder in the nation out of California. And off Jack Salmon again, this game is scheduled to start in just a few minutes as the Black Bears come into town against Ridgefield, and they will be ready to start the Columbia River Cup. This is the brand new version of the rivalry in 2024. Last season, Ridgefield able to win that series 4 games to 3 losses. And let's go over to the keys to the game for both these teams. For Cowlitz, it's likely going to have to be getting ahead early. You know, you got to put the pressure on Ridgefield in this matchup, be able to score and jump on the pitching staff early and play within the wind that is blowing out to right field, and also steal bases, put some extra pressure on Ridgefield. As we'll give you the keys to Ridgefield's game when we come back after the break. We'll take a break for a moment and have the national anthem.
You want to hear about A? Listen to this. This is what it sounds like to stay and play at A. And with our new luxury hotel featuring an indoor-outdoor pool, dining with incredible views, and more, it sounds even better. This is what it sounds like at the area's premier dining, gaming, and entertainment destination. A. Sounds like fun. Book your stay now at ilaniresort.com.
Sometimes you just want more. So unleash the power of Burgerville Rewards. While others merely go out, enjoy a meal, and go home, you, the genius that you are, capitalize on every burger, every shake, and every fry to get even more burgers, more shakes, and more fries. Oh, and every dollar you spend supports local ranchers, farmers, and producers. So join Burgerville Rewards today, because you deserve more.
C-Tran is your public transit system offering service in Clark County and beyond. Catch local service in Clark County, plus regional and express service to Portland. And now you can ride the current C-Tran's new on-demand service operating in Ridgefield and other areas. So leave the driving to us. C-Tran will take you out to the ball game and anywhere else you need to go. Visit c-tran.com for more information. C-Tran, our community, our promise.
We are back from the break with more Ridgefield Raptors baseball as the Cowlitz Black Bears are in town for the first game of the season and looking to take on the Raptors. Well, before the break, was going to talk about some of the keys to the game for Ridgefield, and mostly that is going to be utilizing the pitching staff, try and utilize how many arms are on the roster. There are certainly more than Cowlitz and a number of players that can go deep into this bullpen. Try to use that all early in the season and utilize the arms that are still available before any that might leave town or be bothered with rest. But also for Ridgefield, it is going to be taking advantage of the crowd as the hometown squad is on deck, really filling out well on both sides of the field and certainly down left field. There are a number of patrons, including the new Tots truck if you go beyond left field. And you ever catch a game out here in Ridgefield, I have to announce that as a brand new food truck in left field beyond the left field foul pole that sits down there and is going to be giving out all your best ballpark foods. And to give the defensive alignment for today's game, it'll be Ridgefield in the outfield and infield first. Iverson is doing the catching. That is Luke Iverson from Utah Valley. Travis Gibson still towing the rubber, the right-handed hurler. It'll be Naylor at first. Cal Pickhart, the second baseman. Andrew Greniert is the shortstop. Mamarian is handling duties at third. And it'll be Spencer Siegel in left, Jack Salmon in center field, and Ryder Cutlip in right field tonight. And that is how the defense stacks away for the hometown team in Ridgefield. And, of course, the first three here for Cowlitz coming to the plate is going to be Jackson Babione, Sergio DeCello, and Bronson Neve. The first three to come to the plate for Cowlitz. It's a limited order at the moment, so only about 9 position players to send out there is what's so interesting for this squad, as a lot of players are going to be getting there earlier on. For Babione, freshman at Paradise Valley College from Scottsdale, Arizona. He stands at 5'11", 185, and swings the bat lefty, throws righty, had a .372 batting average in 52 games as a freshman this prior season. 10 doubles, 2 triples, and 4 home runs with 43 RBI. He stole base 4 times, only caught 1 time. For Babione up there in the plate, Gibson on the mound. He charges and throws it high for ball 1 as we get started at 6:38 tonight. With the temperatures sitting at about 65 degrees, a gust of wind northwest nearing 10 miles an hour as Gibson has his 1-0. And he causes a swing and miss of Babione. Infielder from Chaparral High School. Gibson at the belt, tears to the zone, and gets a foul ball to the net here at the Rourke. It's the Ridgefield Outdoor Recreational Complex. Behind the booth here at Ridgefield, you have several other fields, a soccer field to the left and some other stadiums to the right, another baseball field connected as well, as Gibson dots it upstairs for ball 2. But it's a nice park and feeds open well for the nice baseball stadium Raptors have been taken advantage of since the opening year in 2019. Now the 2-2 is forked down the line in left field. No score right now between Ridgefield and Cowlitz in the opening game of the West Coast League year. Now a 2-2. This is a slow dribbler on the ground to Pickhart, and he has trouble off the turf with that. So Babione is going to be aboard at first to start the day. Now Sergio DeCello is from Arizona Western in 2024 this prior spring. Committed now to Purdue, but hit .292 as a redshirt sophomore as the first pitch comes in, and he shoves it foul. DeCello had 9 home runs, 13 doubles, 44 RBI. Scored 53 times, 38 walks in 54 games. Did originally start his career at Charleston Southern as a freshman, spent 2 seasons redshirted in 22, and played in 13 games in 2023. With the count, it'll be 1-1. Still no score here between Ridgefield and Cowlitz as we open up the Columbia River Cup. Gibson going to check on the runner at first. It's not in time. And for Ridgefield, you'll have some options down the left field bullpen and Cowlitz as well. But what's going to be interesting here for the Black Bears, as no position players really are on the bench, you're going to have to maybe dig into the pitching lineup if you want to get some extra arms, as DeKello swings and misses. Now 1 ball and 2 strikes. DeKello really a premier player, though, out of high school. Played at Stephen T. Baden High School, had a perfect game grade of 9. As ball 2 is sliced in. He's a top 500 player, rated as the number 79 catcher nationally, number 17 overall. Number 4 catcher in the state of Ohio, back to his time in high school as the 2-2. He's a swing and the bat goes flying as DeKello strikes out. And that will be the first out here in the opening inning. It'll be Bronson Neve. He's the shortstop tonight from Melbourne, Australia. Plays at Arizona Western, hit .287 in the spring with 8 doubles, 39 RBI in 50 games. Now the first offer is at the knees. It's called a strike. Played for Melbourne Baseball Club back in high school. Represented the Australian under-18 team at the 2022 World Cup in Florida, did Neve. Freshman's been all over the place already. It's a long ways from Australia to the west coast of the U.S. And here's a bit of a rundown as Babione is caught out there in between first and second. And he's going to be heading towards second, now back to first, as there's plenty of duties, and he is finally tagged out to end the excitement. It'd be Jack Naylor, the one over there covering the first baseman, coming from second to eventually tag him out, and there are 2 away with no score in the first inning. Well, that will be a difficult one to score as Neve stands in, still has the 1-strike count. And now he drives it off the turf, and it is sent over to Mamarian, who throws to first, and the side is retired. Well, it was an interesting way to get them all out, but there are no runs on no hits, 1 error in the inning, and nobody is left on for Cowlitz, who is not able to scratch the scoreboard. It's still 0-0 between Ridgefield and Cowlitz. We'll have more when we come back.
Are you looking for a career that's team-oriented with great pay and great benefits? Then look no further than C-Tran. We're looking for individuals to join our team. We offer paid vacations, holidays, and sick days, plus exceptional medical and dental coverage, educational assistance, a paid fitness program, post-retirement, and so much more. Be a part of C-Tran's diverse family, where we put the care back in career. Check us out at c-tran.com/careers.
When you need short-term communications for your business, project, or event, call the pros at Day Wireless Systems. We rent Motorola two-way radios, cellular devices, and satellite phones by the day, week, or month. We have thousands of units of inventory, and our experienced rental teams will make sure you have clear communication throughout your entire event. Visit us online at daywirelessrentals.com for more information. Day Wireless Systems, where a lot happens in a day.
At Dick Hanna, we know that buying a car can feel like you're in some overdramatic reality show. There's
Shocking news.
6 weeks to get the red one?
And people who aren't here to make friends.
Honey, look confident. The salesperson is coming.
at Dick Hanna. Our huge inventory of 14 brands and 600 plus used vehicles means we have something for everyone. So skip all the... At Dick Hanna, we believe in nice, and making nice your reality.
Let's get it going again for the bottom of the first inning. Still no score here between Ridgefield and the Cowlitz Black Bears. I'm Patrick McCall, your voice of the Raptors, tuning you in for the 2024 West Coast League season. And also for those who are tuning in from the Cowlitz side and we're expecting the Black Bears broadcast. We've had some technical difficulties for a short time, but we will have the Black Bears cast up soon. And for the moment, Black Bears and the Raptors combining operations in the booth, as for the first time in this, it'll be Kyle Mamarian, the third baseman, stepping in. Redshirt freshman from Gonzaga, wears number 3 from Vancouver, Washington, as Fitzgerald deals and gets strike 1. Marion hit 121 as a redshirt freshman this prior spring season. Didn't play in 2023 as a true freshman, as an 0-1 is sliced low. Back to his time at Skyview High School, though, he was a 3-time varsity starter, 2-time first-team All-League member at shortstop as the 1-1 is shoved to the left side of the infield, and Miller charges in, plays it off the hop on the turf, and gets out number 1 in time.
Now coming into play is number 9, your shortstop from Loyola Marymount, Andrew Grennert.
Andrew Grennert will step up from Scottsdale, Arizona. Played with Loyola Marymount this prior season as a freshman there, and he gets the first across the plate and forks it into center field. This is a playable play, though, for Estes, who makes the catch in center field, and it's a quick second out in the opening inning. Now it's Luke Iverson to swing. Iverson, the catcher, stands at 6 feet tall, a sophomore at 185 pounds, Utah native. Played with Utah Valley in the WAC this prior spring. As a sophomore there, hit .269, had 4 home runs and 33 RBI. First pitch loops in for a called strike. Iverson had a really good game on April 27th. Season high 5 RBIs against California Baptist. Also had 2 doubles at Utah in the Utes on April 16th. Fitzgerald at the belt with his 1-1. And he shoves it low for a ball. There'll be 2 balls and 1 strike with 2 away. No score here in the first inning between the Raptors and the Black Bears. Lefty coming to the plate again. And Iverson survives as he fouls it to the net on the right side. One interesting adjustment for many of these players is, of course, in the West Coast League, you have wooden bats. Cannot use metal or the aluminum that is seen in the spring season. Whole new adjustment with the wood stick as Iverson has the 2-2 and slams it foul. But for many players that may draw down the power just a bit, keep some hitters in the ballpark as opposed to hit it with the same power on a metal bat, and may go just a bit over the fence. But it's tough to homer here at the Rourke. The howling winds and the cooler weather. Now the 2-2. And that is low for a ball. It'd be a full count here to the sophomore catcher. Here's the pitch to the plate. And that one is just pushed outside. So Iverson gets ball 4 and heads to first with the walk. He is the first Raptors player on in the 2024 year.
Your center fielder from Golden West College, Jack Salmon.
The big returner to town is Jack Salmon. Played last year with the Raptors. Native of the Golden State of California and playing with Golden West College as a sophomore in the spring, where he hit .288. Had 5 home runs and 39 RBI. Now a first pitch, and he sends that back to the screen. Great crowd on deck here in Ridgefield with a nice breeze. Raptors have road duties tomorrow and head south down the I-5 to Portland to play a weekend series against the Pickles at Walker Stadium. A one-strike pitch will be coming up to Salmon. And he hits it and just misses what could have been a double, if not more, down the right field line. And now there'll be 2 strikes to the center fielder. Black Bears returning out of their bullpen. Again, limited as far as the position players tonight for the road team, but plenty of relief in the bullpen if necessary as the 0-2 drives away from the zone and Salmon survives to see another pitch in this count. It'll be Jack Naylor behind Salmon, Ryder Cutlip, and Spencer Siegel, the next 3 behind Salmon, representing 5, 6, 7 in the batting order for the Raptors. Here's the 1-2. Iverson goes to second, but it is going to be a foul tip off the bat of Salmon. We'll have to do it again. Salmon from Corona Del Mar High School. He's a top 500 player in the country in his class by perfect game back then. Now up here in the West Coast League. And ball 2 of the count, drives outside. Fitzgerald with the interesting looks, got the armband out there to select the pitch on the wrist. A little bit of a higher band too. Protecting the elbows, the lefty checks at first, and sliding in safely is Iverson. Flags blowing left to right across the field here at the Rourke as the 2-2 pitch is at the belt and coming to the plate. Now it is driven hard and easily made, though, by Bronson Neve, the shortstop, who makes the play chest high and steps on second to end the inning. For Ridgefield, they get nothing going in the inning. There is no runs on no hits, no errors, but 1 man left on. There is still no score from the Rourke, and when we come back, it'll be the Black Bears trying to break the tie.
We've been perfecting the process since 1989. And since we're family run, we keep the community in mind. RVs, boats, campers, trailers, if you're missing some glass, we can make it custom tailored. Windshields or rock chips or any shattered mess, give us a call at Hampton Auto Glass.
You want to hear about A? Listen to this. This is what it sounds like to stay and play at A. And with our new luxury hotel featuring an indoor-outdoor pool, dining with incredible views, and more, it sounds even better. This is what it sounds like at the area's premier dining, gaming, and entertainment destination. A. Sounds like fun. Book your stay now at ilaniresort.com.
I like to think of myself as a confident backseat driver. Mom, brakes please.
Gotcha.
But these days, I'm less confident in the economy.
Same here, buddy.
Thankfully, Leschwa Tires helps make sure that our safety never takes a backseat, even when we're watching our wallets. Time to turn, Mom.
Help keep drivers and backseat drivers safe with Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
This is Will Anderson for the Black Bears in a tie ball game as we're in the top of the second inning. First baseman going to lead things off against Gibson, and he forks it low for ball 1. For the Black Bears, William Anderson from Olone College stands at 6 feet tall, a 200-pound man, and swinging and throwing left as he lumbers the barrel through the zone and misses for strike one. Black Bears in that first inning were able to get Abione on, was the opening hitter in the order, but he could not come around to score as the inning ended scoreless, and now a bloop single is in a right center field for Anderson. So he is the first Black Bear to get a hit in 2024. And that gives way to Nick Miller, the infielder from Washington. Played at Park University Gilbert as a junior this past year. Also returning, though, to the Cowlitz Black Bears, has played there for the prior 2 seasons. Did hit .325 this spring, though, with 3 home runs and 21 RBI. Gibson from the stretch. And he gets strike one over the plate. Miller making his first appearance of this season. Last year had 12 games under his belt with the Black Bears, hit .167. And strike one is sent towards the dugout to give way to an 0-2 count. Nice crowd on deck here at the Ridgefield Outdoor Recreational Complex, otherwise known as the Rourke. Fans filing in for this first matchup of the Columbia River Cup. Again, the winner of this series will have to win at least 4 games, the majority of the 7 scheduled between these two over the course of the year. The junior infielder going to dig back into the box with a ball and 2 strikes. Good lead for Anderson at first. But Miller will strike out here as he swings through strike 3, and it'll give way to Royce Van Deen. Catcher wearing number 44 from Lower Columbia College. Had a short appearance on the Raptors roster earlier on this season, but he's back with the Black Bears, and now the first pitch dives inside for ball 1. For Van Deen, he hit .238 as a sophomore with Lower Columbia in the same stadium, David Story Field, that he will play his home games with the Black Bears, is where he played in the spring. Had 2 home runs and 27 RBIs to go along 9 doubles. So have 2 balls and no strikes in this count. Pitch. And that is strike 1 up high in the zone. 2 balls and 1 strike. Van Deen was at Chiawana High School, rated as a follow nationally and in the state of Washington by Perfect Game. Comes a 2-1 pitch. And this one is fouled away. For the Raptors last year, it was a really good first half of the season. As I mentioned, they went 33-21. But a lot of the reason they were able to get to the postseason is because they won the South Division in the first half, going 18-8. As we'll now have a full count here to Van Deen. But the Raptors will try to streak out ahead real quick in the first half. Again, it's a tough task because you have so many players coming in and out. But if they can do so again, win the first half, would lock in a postseason spot as this ball is lifted high and deep right center field with some carry. It is going to bounce over the wall. Mark that a ground rule double for Van Deen. Anderson is stopping at third. And there are 2 on with just 1 out here for the Black Bears offense. And that's not going to make it easy for the Raptors to turn around this first half. But again, Cowlitz last year only went 12-14 in this first half of the year. But what's so important is you can lock up a postseason spot for winning the division in the first half. And in spite of those games not being played later in the year, you can already be settled into the postseason, which will be starting from the All-Star break, really more than a month away. So needless to say, all these games matter. Cody Estes is now the batter, and he's from South Mountain Community College. A freshman at 185 pounds, didn't play this last spring season. He redshirted with South Mountain. Now the 1-0. This is on the ground to Mamarian at third. He slides and throws home and gets him out at home. Will Anderson is gunned down trying to get the first run of the Black Bears season and will stay tied at 0 with 2 away. Heads up play there by Mamarian, making it like a veteran. Oh, he's only been here for his first opening night. As Ren Cecil is going to be the batter.
Shout out to Jody Wayburn and friends who are here tonight in the home plate club. Thanks for joining us, Jody.
Marked at a fielder's choice 5-2 for Estes as Cecil comes to the plate, also from Lower Columbia College with 2 away. Runner goes down to second base, and it is gloved by the pitcher in Gibson, and it goes into center field as a result. In scoring for the first run of the game will be Van Deen. Well, an interesting way to break the scoreboard, but Cowlitz will take a 1-0 advantage, and it looked like Gibson thought that one was actually coming back to him. Instead, it was going down to second, and the miscommunication cost the Raptors here 1-0 Cowlitz. First pitch to Cecil. Misses inside. So at second base, are the Black Bears looking to get ahead again. Now the 1-0. Driven into the turf towards the shortstop, and Grenier Tinney gloves it chest high and throws on to end the inning. The Black Bears are able to get one run on 2 hits. There are no errors in the inning and just 1 left on base. We'll come back with more Ridgefield Raptors baseball. Right now, Ridgefield down 1-0 to Cowlitz.
I call myself a confident backseat driver. Mom, brakes please.
Gotcha.
But I'm less confident in the economy.
Same here, buddy.
Thankfully, Les Schwab Tires helps make sure that our safety never takes a backseat, even when we're watching our wallets.
Hurry in and save up to $200 on a set of 4 tires, plus get an extra $50 off with financing. Limited time offer while supplies last. Terms and conditions apply. Details at leschwab.com/sale.
Thanks to Les Schwab Tires, I'm a confident backseat driver, but Mom's a little stressed about speeding. Remember, breathe in. Now watch your speed and breathe out. Good. Even though we're watching our wallets, Les Schwab is still watching out for our safety. So turn here.
Help keep drivers and backseat drivers safe with Les Schwab Tires.
Ridgefield Raptors now down 1-0 to the rival Cowlitz Black Bears here. I'm Patrick McCall bringing you this game from the Rourke, otherwise known as the Ridgefield Outdoor Recreational Complex. It was a wild second inning there for the Black Bears, who got the run courtesy the mishandling and communication by the pitcher Gibson. He gloved the ball going down to second base, and it trickled into the outfield as a result and allowed the run to score. For Ridgefield, though, after their scoreless first inning, it's Jack Naylor up there to swing for the first time in his 2024 West Coast League season. Hit .397 as a junior in the spring year with Montana State. And he gives this one right back up the middle. It's a long chase for the second baseman. Cecil goes to a slide and makes the throw in time. Pretty infield work there for the road team, and there is 1 away in the second.
Now the
It's Ryder Cutlip. Was committed to Gonzaga and the Bulldogs in 2025. Will play there soon enough, but high school senior sees strike one come across the plate. Committed to the Zags all the way back in 2022. As the 0-1 finds the outer half for strike two, and Fitzgerald, though not always on the mound with Mount Hood, has looked pretty comfortable, all things considered, as not allowed to hit just yet. Of course, it's early on, but the 0-2 is skied away. Raptors still looking for their first hit of the 2024 campaign. Last year, the Raptors fared pretty well offensively and in most categories as an 0-2 comes in, and that's outside. Raptors last year finished third in batting average, with a 262 team average, sixth in on-base percentage, getting on 37.5% of the time, and were fourth in walks, walked nearly 300 times, as this one is dribbled foul. And on the pitching side for Ridgefield, they were sixth in ERA, at a 3.57 team ERA, and were first, though, in wild pitches, only threw 22 throughout the course of the year. Didn't allow many opportunities for runners to take an extra base. 1-2 to Cutlip. Upstairs, ball two. For the Raptors, defense in 2023 was second in fielding percentage with .975 team fielding percentage. Pretty clean on the diamond. The 2-2. And Cutlip stays aggressive as he's knocked up the count full with one away. Fans really filing in down the left field line for this matchup as the wind continues to swirl around, going from right field to now a bias towards home plate as the 3-2 is fouled away. With the heavy winds, wooden bats, and cooler weather here in the Northwest, not as easy to leave the yard for some of these younger hitters. See if anyone can do it in this game. Fitzgerald has a 3-2, and he is able to get the strikeout. Cutlip goes down, and there's two away now in the second inning. So we'll see Spencer Siegel,
Welcome back, Spencer Siegel.
a returner here for the Raptors, the outfielder from St. Martin, native of Santa Monica, California. Now a first pitch. Outside, ball one. Siegel was only able to play in 4 games as a junior this prior spring. Played with the Raptors and hit 150 last year in 12 games as ball two digs inside towards the tall junior. Played with both these teams in 2022, making 2 games with Cowlitz and 5 with Ridgefield over the 2022 West Coast League season. And there'll be a strike here to the junior. Started his young college career at San Diego Christian College in 2022. And the Portland Christian High School product swings through strike two. Siegel had a chance to play for many different ball clubs throughout his short college career, but he's locked in with the Raptors here early on in the season. No score. 1-0 is the lead for Cowlitz after 2, as striking out is Siegel, and that will end the inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on either for the hometown team, as the Raptors are down 1-0 to the Cowlitz Black Bears. We'll have more on the other side of the break.
Ridgefield Main Street is dedicated to historic preservation, beautification, and a thriving downtown. We support our merchants and our community, and thank you for shopping small. Join us for Main Street Day and our fall wine walk. Discover downtown for unique shopping, dining, and exploring the arts. Spend your Main Street moolah at most shops, restaurants, and the food carts. More information at ridgefieldmainstreet.com. Go Raptors, and we'll see you downtown. Ridgefield Main Street partners with the Raptors and invites you to discover downtown for shopping, dining, and exploring the arts. We're working to keep our small town charm intact by supporting our merchants and the community. Join us for Main Street Day and our fall wine walk. Spend your Main Street moolah at most shops and restaurants. We have 4 active committees and are always looking for volunteers. More information at ridgefieldmainstreet.com. See you downtown, and go Raptors!
Attention Raptors fans. After a 5-year hiatus, the West Coast League All-Star Game is back and better than ever. Join us in Bellingham at Joe Martin Field on July 17th for an unforgettable night of big hits, epic catches, and non-stop excitement. The day will be jam-packed with family-friendly activities, including a fan fest and skills challenge. Get your tickets now at bellstickets.com. We'll see you at the ballpark.
It is the top of the 3rd inning. Ridgefield down 1-0 to the Cowlitz Black Bears. As the Black Bears send the first to the plate in this half inning, it is Reese Hall. And the 9th slide in the order sees strike 1. For Hall, the infielder from Park University, Gilbert. Same spot as his head coach, Kelly Stinnett, now on 0-1. On a nice big bender with some glove side run, can't get strike 2 with the count. There'll be 1 ball and a strike to Hall. From Washington, is a native of this state. Is Hall hit .286 this prior season as a junior, had 5 RBI in 14 games. Now he loops 1 foul on the first base side, and it drifts out of play. Started his career in 2022 at Cabrillo College. As a freshman, played in just 6 games, but didn't get to make an appearance in 23. As a criminal justice major over there in the desert of Arizona at Park University, Gilbert. He's facing 2 strikes here as the righty on the mound, Gibson, ready to deal. And he gets that strikeout on the big curveball placed at the knees, and there is 1 away in the 3rd inning. That's a backwards K to the card of Gibson as it rolls around the top of the order. Exxon Babillon is the hitter from Paradise Valley College. So far today, Babillon was able to reach on an error, was eventually picked off, though, in the inning. As ball 1 forks inside. This is the resumption of the Columbia River Cup. Last year, the Raptors able to win this series 4-3. As the second pitch dives outside for ball 2. Chris Cota, the head coach of the Raptors, back with the team, as is Nick Allen, going to lead the program, the assistant coach. Now the 2-0 is slammed foul. But what was important about last year's win in the Ridgefield win in the Columbia River Cup was that it tied up the all-time series between these two, 2-2. So both teams have won the cup twice, as there's a slow ground ball over to the second baseman in Pickhart, who gloves it off the turf and throws in time for the second out. But with both teams having 2 apiece, and now Ridgefield starting to establish some legitimacy in the league, having been their 5th season, really gives a chance for the rivalry to grow deep, and this will be the grudge match for the winner of this cup this season. Sergio DiCello had the strikeout in the first. Now the offer comes from Gibson to him, and he throws a big off-speed pitch in there for a strike. Black Bears able to score. First run of the game in the 2nd inning, where they had 2 hits, left 1 on. The 0-1. That is served to the knees for strike 2. Got that run courtesy a miscommunication. Iverson tried to throw it to second. Gibson thought the ball was coming back to him. It went off his glove, and a center and allowed the run to score. Now the 0-2. And that is looped upstairs for ball one. And the Black Bears and the Raptors expect to get more players coming in as this season goes along. Of course, you may have some players who exit. This may not be the full roster next time these two meet. That pitch fouled away. Raptors will see the Black Bears for a home series on July 5th, 6th, and 7th. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday in July. As a 1-2 is fouled right back toward the Black Bear dugout again. Have another 1-2. But between this opening game and the next time these two face each other, it's going to be long ways. Won't see each other again until the 5th, 6th, and 7th of July in that weekend series. Now the 1-2. And a swing and a miss, and that will be the fourth strikeout on the card for Gibson. He is doing pretty well as he's gotten through a full 3 innings. It is down, though, 1-0 to the visiting Cowlitz Black Bears, who will try to play defense going to the bottom of the third.
Sometimes you...
Listen up, baseball fans. Head into Safeway to score on great deals all season long. Safeway has everyone's tailgating favorites, from fried chicken and party subs to fresh cut fruit and veggie trays and tons of easy meal options. Satisfy your whole team for the ultimate game day experience. And you can save a cartload of time with Safeway Drive Up and Go. Just shop online at Safeway.com, head to the store, and we'll bring your groceries right to your car. Safeway, sponsor of the Ridgefield Raptors.
Holt Homes is proud to be a local builder. We embrace all that is special about Oregon and Southwest Washington. The natural beauty of the landscape, the dynamic climate, the community that brings us together. It's why we live and build in this place that we love. Holt Homes, built for the Pacific Northwest. Find home today at holtpnw.com. Holt Homes is proud to be a local builder. We embrace all that is special about Oregon and Southwest Washington. The natural beauty of the landscape, the dynamic climate, the community that brings us together. It's why we live and build in this place that we love. Holt Homes, built for the Pacific Northwest. Find home today at holtpnw.com.
We're back with Ridgefield Raptors baseball as Cowlitz has the 1-0 lead going into the bottom of the third inning, and we have a new pitcher on the mound as well. It is Alex Buchanan from Ottawa, and also played at Southern Illinois, Southwestern Illinois, and North Central College is up there and throwing the lefty at 6'4", 210 pounds, a redshirt senior. Did redshirt this past spring, had just one appearance with Southern Illinois as a redshirt junior in 23, and last full year at 26 appearances at Southwestern Illinois. And he will face first hitter in this inning is Nick Holm, the DH for the Raptors. You'll see strike one, and it'll end the day of Fitzgerald. He went 2 innings, allowing no runs on 2 hits. As another pitch is slammed towards the right side and foul out of play down the first base side. Poor Fitzgerald had just 1 walk on the card and 2 strikeouts. Pretty good outing. All things considered, rushed up to the Pacific Northwest to face Ridgefield. Now the 2-strike offer from Buchanan. And he cannot get that one to run back towards the zone. There'll be 1 ball here to Nick Holm. Holm, an infielder from Linfield, hit .301 as a freshman in the spring. Now the 1-2. And there's the beautiful glove side run to get strike 3 in the first out of the inning. Holm frozen with that big bender that looped back towards the zone. It'll be Cal Pickhart in the 9th spot in the order, ready to swing here, has the tan barrel. With a 1-0 lead for Cowlitz. Now the pitch coming in. And that is near the inner side of the plate, but a ball. Pickhart played at Yavapai in the spring. As a freshman, 21 games, 2 home runs, and 8 runs scored. Now the 1-0. That'll drill the freshman infielder in the thigh, and he's going to painfully approach first base with a hit by pitch. Raptors have yet to get a hit in this game, but have gotten on some other ways. Luke Iverson walked in the first, and now the hit by pitch by Pickhart is the second runner to get on for the Raptors.
Now at bat is number 3, your third baseman, Kyle Mamarian.
Kyle Mamarian up there to swing on the day so far. He is 0 for 1 with a ground out in the first. And he shoves it right back up the middle. It is gloved by Neve. He has trouble, though, in fielding it and pushes it towards the second base position. He's eventually able to gather it there, but it's not before both runners advance on the error. Andrew Grenert is going to be the batter. 0 for 1. He flew out to center earlier on. And so with the error, he's got a real big chance to drive in a run. Pitch to the plate. And it's outside for ball 1. Black Bears again scored on the miscommunication between catcher and pitcher in the second inning. So if the Raptors do scratch the scoreboard on something similar, would just be fitting, as these players trying to get the rust out of their gloves. Starting in the West Coast League, this is their first game for both sides as we begin the Columbia River Cup. Now the 1-1. Yes, sir, says home plate umpire Dan Ratliff. That's a strike. And there's 1 ball and 2 strikes to the hitter. And Grenert will stay conservative and get ball 2. He had a 111 batting average with Loyola Marymount this prior season as a freshman. Only played in 13 games, but comes from Horizon High School. 5-time all-tournament team member with perfect game. As it'll be a full count here with 1 away to the freshman. One to nothing lead for Cowlitz here in the bottom of the third as the 3-2 is coming in. And this is served into left field with a bit of carry. The left fielder and Hall will drop back to make the catch, and there are 2 gone in the inning. With the second out gone, it'll be Luke Iverson up there again. He walked in the first. Has the black helmet, black batting gloves, and the Red Sox stirring it up here for Ridgefield. Again, Raptors have got a couple aboard. It is Pickhart at second, Mamarian at first base for the hometown squad, trying to break the scoreboard for the first time this year. Now the pitch to Iverson. And he is going to sky that well into the outfield grass as everyone converges, and then the right fielder, Nikello, is able to call everyone off to make the catch, and the side is retired. So the Raptors have still not been able to get a hit in the third inning. They get no runs, no hits. There is 1 error in the inning, and 2 are left on base. We'll be back with more Raptors baseball in the top of the fourth, where Cowlitz leads 1-0.
Sometimes you just want more. So unleash the power of Burgerville Rewards. While others merely go out, enjoy a meal, and go home, you, the genius that you are, capitalize on every burger, every shake, and every fry to get even more burgers, more shakes, and more fries. Oh, and every dollar you spend supports local ranchers, farmers, and producers. So join Burgerville Rewards today, because you deserve more.
C-Tran is your public transit system offering service in Clark County and beyond. Catch local service in Clark County, plus regional and express service to Portland. And now you can ride the current C-Tran's new on-demand service operating in Ridgefield and other areas. So leave the driving to us. C-Tran will take you out to the ball game and anywhere else you need to go. Visit c-tran.com for more information. C-Tran, our community, our promise.
It is 1-0 for the visiting Cowlitz Black Bears as we have entered the top half of the fourth inning, but also the Ridgefield Raptors are back. The Ridgefield Raptors 2024 season starts on June the 1st at the Ridgefield Outdoor Recreational Complex in Ridgefield, Washington. Of course, the Raptors are Southwest Washington's home team and a great place to visit each summer with family and friends. Come out for some affordable family entertainment. Enjoy the sights and sounds of baseball and Southwest Washington baseball at its best. You can head to ridgefieldraptors.com for schedule and ticket information. Well, for the Raptors, they'll try to protect the deficit just where it is right now at 1. Bronson Neve is the shortstop, and he's going to hit for the second time in this game. He grounded out to Memorian, the third baseman, in the first inning. Gibson launches to the plate. This is a ground ball over to the second baseman, Pickard, who will go to his left and make the throw in time for the first out. With that runner gone, it will be Will Anderson. Had the single in the second inning. Eventually came around to score. First pitch. That is served into the zone for a strike. For this Black Bears coaching staff, as here comes the 0-1. Swing and a miss. Kelly Stinnett, the returner, talked about in the pregame show that he is trying to get Longview and the Black Bears back to the next level after their first playoff appearance since 2012. But it'll be Justin Parrish, the pitching coach this season for the Black Bears, and Shane McCarroll staying behind the Major League coach as there's a swing and a miss and the fifth strikeout for Gibson to start his day. There'll be 2 away for Nick Miller. Miller wearing number 5, the infielder at 190 pounds, a junior. Coming back up to the plate again, struck out earlier. First pitch to Miller. That is sliced towards the Black Bears dugout and fouled away. Now a strong breeze as we're turning into the evening on this Thursday night and opening day. It's got a lot of bias out there towards right center. Any players are looking to go opposite field in the right-handed batter's box and push one on the left-handed batter's box. We could have a different ball game here as it's just 1-0 Cowlitz. The second pitch of the at-bat will miss for a ball. Go to the look ahead for the Black Bears. They will return home to David Story Field by the Corvallis Knights tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday. As a 1-1 is going to be up the middle. A tough play for the second baseman, Pickard. He tries to go off the slide into first, but it is not going to be in time. And so for the Black Bears, the inning continues on the infield single by Nick Miller. A piece of hitting to find where the defense wasn't. And Royce Van Dien will be the batter who had a double earlier. But going back to the schedule, the Black Bears after the Knights 3-game set, they will play the Night Owls on June 4th, 5th, and 6th in Canada. Pitch to Van Dien. It is well away from the zone for a ball. Corvallis, they will be on a road tour. One of the interesting teams, of course, they have won most of the West Coast League championships, but they do not get to go home to Corvallis for quite some time to open the year, as it'll now be 2 balls and no strikes to Van Deen. That is because of the success of the Oregon State Beavers and the West Coast League trying to avoid what could be regional and super regional time for the Beavs. So the Knights will not have a home game until Friday, the 14th. One of the interesting kind of storylines throughout the West Coast League, gives a bit of a disadvantage for that stretch for the Knights, although they do have several home games in the middle part of the year and the later half as well. As Gibson's unable to get anything going on the check at Miller at first base. But it'll be a tough stretch for the Knights to begin the year. Now a 2-1. And then it's pushed in towards Van Deen. 3 balls and a strike. 2 away. The Black Bears leading it here 1-0 from the Rourke. A 3-1. Instead, we'll have the check on Miller, who dives back in safely. With 2 away, Gibson at the ready. He throws. And he wanted the outside part of the black, just missed it. And that will be ball number 4. So the inning will continue for the Black Bears as Van Deen gets on first base with the walk. Cody Estes will be the batter. The center fielder grounded into a fielder's choice. In the second, there are 2 on with 2 out. And he's dribbling this one in playable territory to Marion, but it just gets out foul. Thought for a moment we were going to have a diving play in the infield. Marion from Gonzaga not going after it. He is instructed by Chris Coda, turning head coach here for the Raps. Nick Allen giving out instructions at third. Gibson looking in. Has his 0-1 pitch. Long pause at the plate. A good off-speed pitch at the knees for strike 2. West Coast League, no pitch clock in rendition at the moment, so easier time for Gibson to work to what he wants. 2 strikes, the pitch. Outside, ball 1. Again, Black Bears able to take the 1-0 lead back in the second inning. Got that with some miscommunication that was chalked up an error between Iverson and Gibson, as the 1-2 is a swing and a miss and a strikeout. The inning is over for Gibson, who gets out of another jam as there are no runs in the inning, just 1 hit, no errors, and 2 left on for the visiting Black Bears, who still hold the advantage 1-0 as we go to the bottom of the 4th.
Are you looking for a career that's team-oriented with great pay and great benefits? Then look no further than C-Tran. We're looking for individuals to join our team. We offer paid vacations, holidays, and sick days, plus exceptional medical and dental coverage, educational assistance, a paid fitness program, post-retirement, and so much more. Be a part of C-Tran's diverse family, where we put the care back in career. Check us out at c-tran.com/careers.
When you need short-term communications for your business, project, or event, call the pros at Day Wireless Systems. We rent Motorola two-way radios, cellular devices, and satellite phones by the day, week, or month. We have thousands of units of inventory, and our experienced rental teams will make sure you have clear communication throughout your entire event. Visit us online at daywirelessrentals.com for more information. Day Wireless Systems, where a lot happens in a day.
At Dick Hanna, we know that buying a car can feel like you're in some overdramatic reality show. There's
shocking news.
6 weeks to get the red one?
And people who aren't here to make friends.
Honey, look confident. The salesperson is coming.
At Dick Hanna, our huge inventory of 14 brands and 600 plus used vehicles means we have something for everyone. So skip all the... At Dick Hanna, we believe in nice and making nice your reality.
Ridgefield Raptors baseball continues on into the bottom of the fourth inning. Right now, the Cowlitz Black Bears with a 1-0 advantage on the way to a win to open up the Columbia River Cup. But to do so, they've got a long way to go against what's a talented Ridgefield lineup. And we'll see if they can hold the rest of the way. Jack Salmon, the returning man, is up there to swing again so far today. Grounded into the fielder's choice. That was in the first inning. The reliever, Buchanan, starts his deal and gets strike one over the plate. Buchanan sporting the long black sleeves out there, looking to go a few innings in this matchup. No warm-up action that we can see down in the Cowlitz bullpen, as Salmon is already down the count, swinging a sword up there for strike two. Raptors looking for their first hit of the 2024 campaign. Will be a good time for Salmon to be the returning guy to get the hit. The 0-2. It's ball one. The ball and 2 strikes. Here comes the pitch. And Salmon swings and misses. It is on the ground, though, for Van Deen, who makes the throw in time for the first out. Drop third strike results in nothing for Salmon, as Jack Naylor is going to be the batter here for the Raptors from Gresham, Oregon. He played at Montana State as a junior this prior year. Had 5 home runs, 14 doubles. Scored 31 runs in 40 games. And with his red bat and helmet, we'll see strike one. Naylor had a great week back on February the 12th. Was named the GNAC Player of the Week there, as he skies it foul down the right field line. 6 RBIs, 8 hits, 2 home runs, and 2 doubles for the 6-foot junior back in February. Last time out with the college, had a substitution and earned a walk against Western Oregon on May the 3rd. Now the 0-2. And that is going to be dashed foul down the third base side. Naylor hit .395, built off a great year and as a sophomore in 2023. Had 2 home runs and 18 RBI there. With 2 strikes to his card, he'll face a pitch. And strikes out here as he can't connect with a big off-speeder from Buchanan. And the struggles continue. Second strikeout of the 4th inning for the Raptors.
Now coming to the plate is your right fielder from Gonzaga, Ryder Cutlip.
It'll be Ryder Cutlip, who's also struck out today, but that was in the 2nd inning. Love to get the first hit here for Ridgefield. Buchanan, the tall lefty, punches the zone with the strike. For Cutlip, a native of Idaho. From Oihee High School. Now the 1-0. That one's pushed off the plate for a second ball on the count. Raptors in 2019 went 27-27, missed the postseason. 26-22 in 2021 and 33-21 each of the last 2 years to bring them their 5th season in the West Coast League, have made the playoffs 3 straight seasons. Missed it only in their first year of existence back in 2019. As a 2-1 comes in and nearly beams Cutlip. It looked like he did get hit, but so it'll be called a foul. Now we're going to have a meeting between home plate umpire Dan Ratliff and base umpire Carlos Butler, and that was interesting. From our vantage point, almost looked like it was a check swing, but that Cutlip was able to hold and caught it off the hands. And I'm assuming the home plate umpire, Dan Ratliff, down there, assume he went around, swung, and fouled it. So they're going to fix the count here and call it a ball. Nobody was hit, and there'll be 3 balls and 1 strike to Cutlip instead of a 2-strike count. So with 2 away, the Raptors have got a good hitter's count for Cutlip. He'll try to continue the inning. He's still having discussion with home plate umpire Dane Ratliff. And actually, this will be a discussion between Kelly Stinnen and Dane Ratliff, who is arguing that if it was a swing, it should have been a foul ball there for a 2nd strike in the count, and that it can't be 3-1. And the other decision would be that Cutlip was hit by the pitch, which ball 3 wouldn't even take effect because he'd be at first base with a hit by pitch. So this is a confusing ruling, but one that's in favor of the Raptors now, as it creates a 3-1 count. And we'll see if Cutlip can take advantage. Here's the 3-1 pitch. And Cutlip will not go for that one in the turf, and he's at first with the walk. It's the 2nd time a Raptors walked in this game, and he'll be the first on in the 4th inning.
Coming to the plate is your left fielder from St. Martin College, Spencer Siegel.
Wearing number 5 in gray and red, Spencer Siegel is up there, the tall junior from St. Martin, to swing again. Had a strikeout in the 2nd. Now Buchanan fires in there for a strike. Nice crowd here in the Pacific Northwest. Plenty of fans just out of view of the camera down the left field line, spraying out the towels on the lawn to enjoy some baseball here in late May. There's a few patrons down the right field line as well, but some more lawn chairs down there in that green grass beyond the black fence. Beautiful weather in the high 60s as the 0-2 is fouled on the Black Bears side, and we'll have another pitch. Black Bears with the 1-0 lead were able to get that courtesy the miscommunication by Gibson and Iverson in that 2nd inning. 2nd strike is going to be thrown onto the infield, and Cecil is going to play it off the turf and flip to first to end the inning. There are no runs on no hits, no errors in the inning, but just 1 left on here for the Raptors, as they are still down 1-0 to the Cowlitz Black Bears, and we will resume action with the top of the 5th when we come back.
We've been perfecting the process since 1989. And since we're family run, we keep the community in mind. RVs, boats, campers, trailers, if you're missing some glass, we can make it custom tailored. Windshields or rock chips or any shattered mess, give us a call at Hampton Auto Glass.
You want to hear about A? Listen to this. This is what it sounds like to stay and play at A. And with our new luxury hotel featuring an indoor-outdoor pool, dining with incredible views, and more, it sounds even better. This is what it sounds like at the area's premier dining, gaming, and entertainment destination. A. Sounds like fun. Book your stay now at ilaniresort.com.
I like to think of myself as a confident backseat driver. Mom, brakes please.
Gotcha.
But these days, I'm less confident in the economy.
Same here, buddy.
Thankfully, Les Schwab Tires helps make sure that our safety never takes a backseat, even when we're watching our wallets. Time to turn, Mom.
Help keep drivers and backseat drivers safe with Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
Raptors will resume action here. We're in the top of the fifth where Cowlitz and the Black Bears hold a 1-0 lead over the hometown Raps. And we got a new pitcher onto the mound. It's the right-handed hurler, Joey Wilcox. Stands at 6'3". Played as a freshman with Mount Hood this prior year in Mountain View High School. Back as in his prep days, was not ranked by Perfect Game out of the state of Washington, but is a native of Vancouver, Washington, just down the road. And we'll go ahead against Ren Cecil, where he serves up strike one. Also can close the line of Travis Gibson. He would go 4 innings, allowing 1 run that was earned, 3 hits, and 6 strikeouts to the card of the starter in Gibson. Not a bad outing to start the Raptors season, but now the Raps will be looking for some offense. Wilcox with a 2-strike pitch to Cecil. That is slammed over towards Merrim, and he goes to a knee, throws to first, and is able to just beat Cecil to the bag in time, and there is 1 away. Reese Hall is now the left fielder and batting again after he struck out earlier. The 9th spot in the order. Impressive play by Marion over there at third. We've seen him go on the turf a couple of times already in this matchup. That pitch will dig inside towards Reese Hall. Comes the 1-0. That dances away from the zone for a second ball. Black Bears been much a different story than Ridgefield Raptors. Been around since 2010. Played as an expansion team, though, still with the West Coast League, and able to go 18-30 in the first year. Tied for last in the division, as there'll be 2 balls and a strike to Reese Hall. Did finish 5th overall in home attendance, drawing 27,669 fans to David Story Field. As it'll be Deuces Wild on the count, or pardon me, a 3-1 count here to Reese Hall. Following that season was 28-26-11, and the first playoff appearance came in 2012 for the Black Bears. As a 3-1 digs outside, and that's a walk to Hall. He's at first. Lead still 1-0 for the Black Bears, at the Rourke. But mentioning about the history of Cowlitz, did have that first playoff appearance in 2012, but then had some sledding in between there where a few losing seasons, few seasons hovering around 500, and just able to get back to the playoffs last year. This is Jackson Babione at the plate. He was 0 for 2. Has the 1-0 count. Wilcox will check on the runner, not in time. The pitch to the plate. That's below the knees of Babillon, and there'll be 2 balls and no strikes. The Black Bears would go on to lose the divisional series, though, to the Corvallis Knights, 2-1 in last year's postseason. Of course, the Knights would go on to win yet another West Coast League championship. Knights have been the dynasty here in the West Coast League since its existence as the 3-0 comes in. And Wilcox finally fights back into the zone with the strike. (3-1) is served back to the screen, but to mention more about the Knights and what they have had on the West Coast League, have won it every year back to 2016. So champions in 23, 22, 2021, 19, 18, 17, and 16 for Corvallis. Now a 3-2 pitch. Runner takes off, that is Hall, but it won't matter as it's ball 4. And there are 2 on here for the Black Bears offense in the top of the 5th. They're looking to expand a 1-0 lead. Good time for a conference between Iverson and Wilcox. And last team to win the West Coast League, not named Corvallis, was the Bend Elks in 2015. Even when that occurred, the Knights had won in 2013 and 11 before that. Finished runners-up in 14 and 2012. So it's been a long-running dynasty up there in Corvallis, home of the Oregon State Beavers and the Knights, who have a very well-run organization. Able to collect seemingly the best talent year over year, and with Brooke Knight up there leading the helm, it's been a hard team to get. Now the pitch to the plate with 2 on. And DiCello will watch a strike come over the plate. Sergio is 0 for 2 on the day. Striking out both times he's come to the plate. But Reese Hall stands at second. Babillon at first as an 0-1. Is a swing and a miss. Neither of these teams have collected too many hits. Black Bears just have 3. The Raptors none. Been an offensive struggle so far. Wilcox at the ready. That is flown away from the zone. Iverson able to protect home plate there and any runner advancing. Keeping that in front of him. Black Bears will be headed home after this matchup while the Raptors hit the road to Portland. The 1-2. And a big looper causes the swing and the miss, and DiCello will go down for the second out in the inning.
Number 7, get those free taco coupons ready.
Now Bronson Neve, who's grounded out twice, is up there leading this offense here with 2 away. Base hit could go a long way for the Black Bears. And it is up into the eyes, bit of chin music for Neve. Ball 1, and Black Bears last year were decent offensively. We're 11th in batting average. Hit .244 over the course of the year as a 1-0 is skied away for a foul ball. The big thing carrying the Black Bears in 2023, they were 3rd in the West Coast League in ERA with a 3.25 pitching staff ERA collectively. Also third in stolen bases with 105. Got extra opportunities when they could get him out there on the bases. As Wilcox fights ahead for a ball and 2 strikes against the hitter in Neve. The Black Bears, again, they really struggled in the first half of the year, caught fire in the second half. And we'll see if they can do something similar, as the Raptors were about the opposite. As this pitch misses well upstairs, Iverson just able to glove it. But the Raptors kind of had a different start. Went 18-8 in the first half. Really good, successful start to the year. Would go near 500 in the second half, but still qualify for the postseason all the same, while the Black Bears needed to crawl out of the hole they were in the first half to reach the postseason. That'll be Deuces Wild again on the count with 2 gone. They are 2 on in a 2-2 count. 1-0 lead for Cowlitz in the top of the 5th. Long bit of sunshine. We're nearing 8 o'clock Pacific time. Over the Ridgefield Outdoor Recreational Complex, now the 2-2. That is on the ground, should be playable for Pickard, who plays it off a tough hop on the turf. Throws to first, and the side is retired. Raptors get out of another jam, allowing no runs on no hits either. There are no errors in the inning, but 2 left on courtesy of the 2 walks. And for the Raptors, they are down 1-0, but will have the bats coming up in the bottom of the 5th.
I call myself a confident backseat driver. Mom, brakes please.
Gotcha.
But I'm less confident in the economy.
Same here, buddy.
Thankfully, Les Schwab Tires helps make sure that our safety never takes a backseat, even when we're watching our wallets.
Hurry in and save up to $200 on a set of 4 tires, plus get an extra $50 off with financing. Limited time offer while supplies last. Terms and conditions apply. Details at leschwab.com/sale.
Thanks to Les Schwab Tires, I'm a confident backseat driver, but Mom's a little stressed about spending. Remember, breathe in. Now watch your speed and breathe out. Good. Even though we're watching our wallets, Les Schwab is still watching out for our safety. So turn here.
Help keep drivers and backseat drivers safe with Les Schwab Tires.
It is 1-0. The Cowlitz Black Bears lead the Ridgefield Raptors as we are into the bottom half of the 5th inning. My name is Patrick McCall, bringing you this one from the West Coast League. And, of course, the Ridgefield Raptors are back. You can enjoy the best summer affordable family entertainment in Southwest Washington. Come see College Woodbat Baseball in Ridgefield this summer. Bring your family or group to a game and enjoy a spectacular setting in Southwest Washington. Go to ridgefieldraptors.com for schedule and ticket information. Again, that is ridgefieldraptors.com. You can also tune into all games all season long on ridgefieldraptors.com/stream to catch the audio or the YouTube stream. Both of those will give you the links to the necessary information. As we are starting the bottom half of the 5th here, is Nick Holm, the DH, who struck out earlier on, facing the first, and that one is ball 1. Here comes the next offer from the new pitcher, Ian Hillman, and that is fouled away. Hillman comes in place of Buchanan. And Hillman from Clark Community College, pitched at Issaquah High School, was a freshman in the spring and had just 1 appearance. A native of the state of Washington, stands at 6'3", 220 pounds, a freshman. And he serves up strike 2. Hillman played with the Dragons Elite Club team when he was in high school. And misses inside for ball 2. Deuces will be wild here to home. In the lefty-righty matchup, here comes the pitch to the plate. And that will be all three of the count, full here for home. Black Bears leading this game, got the run in the second inning. Only 3 hits on the day. Raptors have yet to get one. And that may be the first hit of the ball game as it goes right between the second and third baseman and Neve and Miller. And ask and you shall receive. Right as I bring it up, the Raptors break up the no-hitter. So Nick Holm is at first base. First Raptors hit in 2024. Maybe keep that ball somewhere safe. Cal Pickhart was hit by a pitch and stands in here to hit. Another righty-lefty matchup. And he swooshes that one to a jumping shortstop in Neve, who makes an impressive tall grab for the first out. Could have been a nightmare for the defense, and instead, Neve puts the team on his back. Would have been demoralizing to have a quick couple of hits come across like that. But Hillman is not concerned, as it'll be Kyle Mamirian up there. For Mamirian so far today, 0 for 2. And this pitch misses low, or is in the zone for a strike. Now the 0-1. And that is well up and away for a ball. And close the line on Buchanan as well. He went 2 innings, allowing no runs, no hits either. Was able to strike out a couple of Raptors, I should say. The pitch to the plate. It digs into the turf for a second ball in the count. Good time for Mamarian to drive it up here and see a good pitch to hit. Anything in the alley, you got to be thinking Holm is going to try and stretch it with the offense struggling tonight. And that is slammed off the wood protection on the screen home plate side, and we'll have a 2-2. Longer sunshine here in the West Coast with the position of the sun this time of the year. 8:04 p.m., but still plenty of daylight. No lights necessary yet here at the Rourke. Here comes the 2-2. Instead, we'll check on Holm, and he's in there safely. Deuce is wild, and the pitch will be coming in. And that flies outside. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Mamarian. Infielder and redshirt freshman from Gonzaga. 3-2 pitch. And Holm will escape to first base easy enough. And no pitch clock seemingly in effect here for this non-league game. Bit of time here for Cox to think about the 3-2, but he misses that one inside. And Hillman will give the walk away to Mamarian. And so he'll take first base. Moving down to second is Holm. So there's 2 on for the Raptors offense and just 1 away.
Now at the plate is your shortstop from Loyola Marymount, Andrew Renner.
Rennert from Loyola Marymount so far today has flown out twice as this one digs up and in towards the left-handed hitter. Now we'll have a conference here for the Black Bears, as I do not see any obvious warm-up action going on down there for the Black Bears, so this should be the pitching coach and Justin Parrish coming to talk things over. This is a money time here for the Black Bears, who only have the 1-0 lead. Only 3 hits for the Black Bears, too. Not a situation where they have a ton of hits and just haven't been able to bring them across. You figure at that point offense will be able to figure it out eventually to push more, but it's been a struggle for both teams. So this makes situational baseball much more important when the offenses are hard to come by. And good time to talk things over is, again, this will be an important game for both these teams, and we'll count towards the Columbia River Cup and the standings. And as we know from last year, with the season in the tale of 2 halves, with the winners in the first half getting a playoff spot like the winners of the second half do in the South and North divisions, every game, every inch, every pitch will matter. Comes the 1-0. Strike over the plate, and that'll be the first to the hitter, Grenert. Mamarian at second, home at first. That is fouled away. Should say Mamarian is at first and home at second, but Grenert going to try and dig up this count. Wants to bring one across. Iverson will be behind him. He's the third hitter in the order tonight, with Salmon in the cleanup spot. Now the 1-2. Foul and down the left field side this time into the soccer stadium. Sun setting here on the Rourke, still providing enough without buzzing the lights just yet. Here comes the 2-strike offer. And that is a ball low into the turf. 2-2 to Grenert is coming up. We'll also have some more action in the Prospect League resuming tomorrow, as it's non-league play only tonight for just a few teams, but there are plenty of West Coast League games to look forward to for fans of this Wood Bat season, as the 2-2 bends outside for a ball. It would be the Victoria Harbor Cats and the Kamloops North Paws going at it at 6:35. Another 6:35 start, the Walla Walla Sweets against the Bend Elks. The Knights will play the Black Bears at David Story Field. At the same time, the Riverhawks and the Bellingham Bells will get going at 6:35. Here's a ground ball to the second baseman, and Cecil, he flips to short, where he's got the out there, and then throw back to first is in time. Mark it a 4-6-3 twin killing, and the Raptors are still held scoreless after the full 5 innings. They're down 1-0, and we'll come back with more West Coast League baseball on the other side of the break.
I call myself a confident backseat driver. Mom, brakes please.
Gotcha.
But I'm less confident in the economy.
Same here, buddy.
Thankfully, Les Schwab Tires helps make sure that our safety never takes a backseat, even when we're watching our wallets.
Roll into summer. Save up to $200 instantly on a wide selection of tires and wheels. Les Schwab Tires. Limited time offer. Terms and conditions apply. Details at leschwab.com/sale.
Ridgefield Main Street is dedicated to historic preservation, beautification, and a thriving downtown. We support our merchants and our community, and thank you for shopping small. Join us for Main Street Day and our fall wine walk. Discover downtown for unique shopping, dining, and exploring the arts. Spend your Main Street moolah at most shops, restaurants, and the food carts. More information at ridgefieldmainstreet.com. Go Raptors, and we'll see you downtown. Ridgefield Main Street partners with the Raptors and invites you to discover downtown for shopping, dining, and exploring the arts. We're working to keep our small town charm intact by supporting our merchants and the community. Join us for Main Street Day and our fall wine walk. Spend your Main Street moolah at most shops and restaurants. We have 4 active committees and are always looking for volunteers. More information at ridgefieldmainstreet.com. See you downtown, and go Raptors!
It is 1-0. The Cowlitz Black Bears still out in front of the hometown Ridgefield Raptors. We're into the top of the sixth where you have a pitching change as Joey Wilcox will step aside after getting 1 inning of work for the Reps. And Mac Elsk is the pitcher from Oregon. He plays at Chaminade and played previously at Lower Columbia Community College and Lake Ridge High School. The junior winner of the Athlete Elite Week of the Week award with Chaminade on April the 23rd. There he pitched to an 8.10 ERA, 1-4 in his 5 decisions on the year. In the spring, 13 appearances for him and 50 innings, allowed just 5 home runs, 10 walks, and 29 strikeouts for the new pitcher on the mound, Mac Elsk. Also have a defensive alignment change as Cal Pickhart was at the second base side, and he will be out of the game in favor of Elliott Brown. First batter for the Black Bears in this inning will be Anderson. 1 for 2 with a strikeout and a single. Elski throws, and that one is ripped back to the screen for a foul ball. Anderson going to get a chance to hit here. The Black Bears playing loose early on the season, do not have a reserve of position players in this game. Now 1 strike pitch. That is looped into the sky, but playable for the shortstop and Grennert, who drops back to make the catch, and there's 1 away. It'll be Nick Miller, also 1 for 2 with a single and a strikeout like Will Anderson, who's up there to swing. And I was talking earlier about the scores and scheduling we have for tomorrow in the West Coast League before the break. And continuing that tomorrow in the opening day, pretty much for all West Coast League teams, it'll be the Inamo Night Owls against the Kelowna Falcons at 6:35 from Elk Stadium. Port Angeles Lefties will play the Wenatchee Apple Sox at Paul Thomas Field. And Wenatchee Valley Community College. Now the 0-1. That is looped up and away for ball 1. Raptors will get going on the road against the Portland Pickles at 7:05 at Walker Stadium. Just down I-5, the Drifters of Springfield will play the Yakima Valley Pippins at Yakima County Stadium. Another 7:05 start. As Elski's ahead with a 1-2 count. The 2-strike pitch to the plate. And that is torn off the outer half for a ball. Raptors had a big chance last inning. Had 2 on with just 1 out. But Andrew Grennert was able to ground into a double play to end the 5th inning. And that would retire what was the biggest threat against the Black Bears' 1-0 lead. And up at the plate, swinging and missing for a strikeout is Miller. He's tagged out for safety by Iverson, and there's 2 away. Royce Van Dien is the catcher. He has doubled and also walked in the 4th. Stands in here against Elski for the first time tonight. Tall righty looks in, gets his sign from Iverson, and is now ready to throw. And he loops that outside for a ball. Good crowd on deck here at the Rourke in the opening matchup for both these teams in the 2024 West Coast League. The 1-0. It's a ball below the zone. Got the bounce house going down the left field line. The tater tot truck and more foods going on the left field pavilion. And plenty of atmosphere here at Ridgefield as Brown freshly checked into the game at second base, has the rust with the mishap there, but still is able to recover and throw in time to end the inning. Well, the Raptors allow no runs on no hits. There are no errors either for the defense as the Black Bears are held scoreless and still lead it 1-0 going to the bottom half of the sixth.
Attention Raptors fans. After a 5-year hiatus, the West Coast League All-Star Game is back and better than ever. Join us in Bellingham at Joe Martin Field on July 17th for an unforgettable night of big hits, epic catches, and non-stop excitement. The day will be jam-packed with family-friendly activities, including a fan fest and skills challenge. Get your tickets now at bellstickets.com. We'll see you at the ballpark.
For over 70 years, Columbia Credit Union has put people first, supporting its Main Street neighbors with high-earning accounts and the best possible rates. That's because its core values of people, community, and financial wellness are behind everything that Columbia Credit Union does, from checking and savings to home mortgage, credit cards, and business banking. Drop by a branch or visit columbiacu.org to see the credit union difference yourself. Columbia Credit Union, investing in values since 1952.
It is the bottom of the sixth inning as the Raptors will send the bats up with only one hit and a 1-0 deficit. But if you're craving wings, dive into flavor overload at Buffalo Wild Wings every Thursday. It is BOGO free boneless wing day. That is right. Buy one order of our mouth-watering wings and get another absolutely free. You can gather your herd and head over to Buffalo Wild Wings for a Thursday feast. You won't forget, with an array of sauces and seasonings to choose from, there's something to tantalize every taste. But don't miss out. BOGO, BOGO, free wings every Thursday at Buffalo Wild Wings, because when it comes to flavor, we don't just wing it, we master it. See you there. Of course, with Buffalo Wild Wings, you can also prepare for a flavor explosion at Buffalo Wild Wings, where taste takes the spotlight. Indulge in our signature wings, available in a variety of sauces and seasonings, alongside mouth-watering burgers and irresistible appetizers. Whether you're catching the game with friends or gearing up for a night out, Buffalo Wild Wings promises delicious food and great times. Do not miss out. Swing by today and treat your taste buds to an unforgettable experience only at Buffalo Wild Wings. Luke Iverson, the initial hitter for the Raptors here into the bottom of the sixth. Offense needing a spark late. And Iverson dribbles it slowly but foul down towards his dugout. Third base side, and Iverson has a walk and also flew out to the right fielder, Ikello, in the third inning. Raptors have struggled to score, but going back to last year, we're third in batting average as a group in the West Coast League, sixth in on-base percentage, and fourth in walks. And that is served foul again by Iverson's bat, third base side, and we have a two-strike pitch. Here's the 0-2. Foul to the net. Raptors will take off tomorrow for the weekend series, with all start times being in the evening. 7:15 start tomorrow for the Raptors, and 7:15 start again on Saturday against the Portland Pickles at Walker Stadium, as this two-strike pitch is fouled away again. After that, again, it'll be a home series with the Edmonton Riverhawks on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, where you can get your tickets at RidgefieldRaptors.com. You can also catch the live stream of tomorrow's action audio stream on RidgefieldRaptors.com/stream as the 0-2 comes in. And Iverson stays alive again, fouling that one off.
Tuesday is $3 Tuesdays, compliments of Washington's Lottery. $3 admission, food, beer.
Raptors down 1-0 to the Black Bears. Hillman with a slow delivery, and he pushes that away for a ball. Fitzgerald, the starter for the Black Bears, went 2 innings, allowing no runs on a couple of hits. Buchanan behind him would allow no runs in 2 innings as well. No hits for him either. Starter for the Raptors was Travis Gibson. Went 4 innings, allowing just 1 run on 3 hits. Had 6 strikeouts, and Joey Wilcox would come behind him with an inning of relief, and it's been Mac Elski throwing for the Raptors at the moment. Does appear to be an arm as well for the Black Bears down the right field side, getting loose. The 1-2 comes into Iverson, and that just misses the lower half for a ball. The 2-2. Iverson stays patient, and he's driven up a huge at-bat here. Held off the first 5 and now has driven it full. The 3-2 is skied well into center field with a bit of juice. It is sending back Stace, who is there to make the catch just in front of the warning track for out number 1. Jack Salmon going to be the batter. He's 0 for 2. Struck out his last time up in the 4th after grounding into a fielder's choice to end the first inning. And with this offense where it is, that appeared to be a good at-bat for Iverson to dig into the pitch count, but got to see some runners get on for the Raptors to put pressure on the Black Bears and try and break what's a 1-0 deficit. That pitch will push low for a ball, and Raptors last year had a pretty strong pitching staff, as did the Black Bears. That was what kept them in games in that second half. As this will be 3 balls and no strikes now to Salmon. But it's a great night for the start of the Columbia River Cup. Again, this is a 7-game series. Whoever captures 4 first will hold that trophy and also lead the all-time series, as it's tied 2 apiece. Here's the 3-1 pitch. And that bounces in front of Salmon, who'll watch it easily and go to first base with the walk. A little bit of life here for the Raptors in the 6th inning. This is Jack Naylor. He's got spring with 5 home runs, 14 doubles, and .397 batting average. Needs some more of that as he ropes it down the left field line, rolling towards the 3-10 sign in the left field corner. Taken off for third is Salmon. He's being waved home by Cota. He's going to head to the plate, and the Raptors have their first run of 2024. What a time for an RBI double by Naylor. And Ryder Cutlip will come behind him with another offensive chance as he's got a runner sitting in scoring position. Looks like we do have a pinch hitter as well here for the Raptors. First pitch comes in. This is Justin Sukata from Portland, a pilot in the spring. Wears number 13. So Cutlip will end his day with a strikeout and a walk. RBI chance for Sukata. That pitch is on the outer black for a strike. Now 0-2 to the Portland Pilot from Hawaii.
He's not even on the roster. Justin Sukata out of Portland.
As the pitch comes in, it is skied to the backstop, and a close play for the catcher, Van Deen.
From the University of Portland, Justin Sukata.
Sukata played with Portland as a sophomore this past season. Now the 0-2 is sent back to the screen again. Had limited action, but was able to notch a double, an RBI, and a run against Creighton on the road in March. Also played as a freshman with the Pilots in 2023. Had a .222 batting average in 13 games, 3 starts and 18 at-bats. The 0-2. That is ball 1. The 2-strike pitch is coming up again to Sukata. And I'll stay conservative, and Deuces will be wild here with 1 away. Standing at second is Naylor. He is 180 feet away from scoring. Tie ball game at 1. Raptors and the Black Bears here starting the season. His pitch is driven low half of the zone and just misses the black. 3-2 now. Sukata going down by 2 strikes in the count, working all the way back to a full count against Hillman. And the lefty will look in here with the full count pitch. And Sukata will just be able to lay off one outside. He's at first with the walk to open up his season in the West Coast League, and there are 2 on for the Raptors offense. Spencer Siegel will be the hitter here. Had a strikeout and grounded out. And we may have a call to the bullpen. We'll see what the decision is here, as Hillman is struggling just a bit with some location, but he's going to talk things over with his pitching coach, and that is Justin Parrish, returning from 2023 and comes back with the Black Bears, talking things over. Black Bears got some options down in the bullpen. They do have a number of players on the roster ready to go, but concern is the position players, only enough to fill out the lineup card today. So for Cowlitz, don't have to stick with one man out there for longer than necessary on the pitching side, but everybody dug in on that infield and outfield grass right now for the defense of Cowlitz, as they will be hitting the rest of the way. Still 1-1 here between the Raptors and the Black Bears in this Columbia River Cup start to the season in 2024. Spencer Siegel with the open stance and the tan bat will dig in with 1 out. And takes a late cut at that one for a strike. Still a great situation here for the Raptors. Again, they had 2 on with 1 away. Last inning, weren't able to produce. They've already got the run to come across and have earned that same situation. 2 on, 1 out. Now 101 is skied out of the park, and we'll do it again.
Kids do not climb on the fences. Parents, please keep your kids off of the fences.
Reese starting to simmer down, too, from left to right field as the night grows older. An 0-2. And that ducks in towards Siegel will have a 1-2 pitch. Siegel from St. Martin. The 1-2. He takes a big cut and comes up empty with the lumber for strike 3 and out number 2 in the 6th inning. So after that, it'll be Nick Holm, the infielder, playing with Linfield the last couple of seasons. Actually led the team as a freshman with 33 RBI in 2023. Was tied for the team lead with 6 home runs, and he brings that bat up to the plate here as we have what looks to be the pitching change for the Black Bears. So we'll get you the name, the number, and the information when we come back. But for the moment, it's a 1-1 game here between the Raptors and the Black Bears with 2 on and 2 out. We will step aside for a short moment, but bring you more baseball when we come back.
Listen up, baseball fans. Head into Safeway to score on great deals all season long. Safeway has everyone's tailgating favorites, from fried chicken and party subs to fresh cut fruit and veggie trays and tons of easy meal options. Satisfy your whole team for the ultimate game day experience. And you can save a cartload of time with Safeway Drive Up and Go. Just shop online at Safeway.com, head to the store, and we'll bring your groceries right to your car. Safeway, sponsor of the Ridgefield Raptors.
Holt Homes is proud to be a local builder. We embrace all that is special about Oregon and Southwest Washington. The natural beauty of the landscape, the dynamic climate, the community that brings us together. It's why we live and build in this place that we love. Holt Homes, built for the Pacific Northwest. Find home today at holtpnw.com. Holt Homes is proud to be a local builder. We embrace all that is special about Oregon and Southwest Washington. The natural beauty of the landscape, the dynamic climate, the community that brings us together. It's why we live and build in this place that we love. Holt Homes, built for the Pacific Northwest. Find home today at holtpnw.com.
We are back into the bottom of the 6th inning. It's been trouble for the Black Bears, who have to bring a new arm into the game. It's a left-handed pitcher who's got to deal with a 1-1 ball game. There are 2 out for the Raptors with 2 on, and the pitcher is the lefty Bryce Dodge. He's a 6'3" freshman over at Clark College, a Washington native, and had pitched in this prior season. Had a 9.0 ERA in 6 appearances, went as many innings as well, giving up just 1 home run, and had 3 walks and 3 strikeouts did Bryce Dodge, and he is trying to set the tone for the Black Bears and stop the bleeding where it is. With the Raptors setting up Nick Holm, he is 1 for 2 on the day, broke the lid off the season score, or the season offense for the Raptors with the first hit of the year back in the 5th. Now it's tied up in a ball and no strikes in the count. Pitch to the plate. That is slashed outside for a second ball in the count. Home with another base hit could drive the go-ahead run, which sits at second base in. As that one is up and away for ball 3. Sukata sitting at first base. Naylor at second. A 3-0. Ball 4 off the plate, and that will load them full. All 3 ducks on the pond here for the Raptors as they are trying to break the tie. It'll be Elliott Brown. Set a hit by pitch, also popped out in the 5th inning. So Brown gets, after making the sub earlier, gets his first at-bat of the year. And sees strike one of the knees. For Brown, he's a native of Portland, Oregon. Played at Lane Community College as a freshman in 46 games, hit .320. 27 runs for him, 11 doubles, and 20 RBI. As he slams the 0-1 back up the middle, the second baseman Cecil is going to take it himself to the bag to retire the side. Raptors are able to get run, courtesy of the big RBI double from Naylor, but 3 are left on base on 1 hit. So for the Raptors, it'll be tied 1-1 between them and the Cowlitz Black Bears. We are headed to the top of the 7th. We'll be back with more baseball on the other side of the break.
Sometimes you just want more. So unleash the power of Burgerville Rewards. While others merely go out, enjoy a meal, and go home, you, the genius that you are, capitalize on every burger, every shake, and every fry to get even more burgers, more shakes, and more fries. Oh, and every dollar you spend supports local ranchers, farmers, and producers. So join Burgerville Rewards today, because you deserve more.
C-Tran is your public transit system offering service in Clark County and beyond. Catch local service in Clark County, plus regional and express service to Portland. And now you can ride the current C-Tran's new on-demand service operating in Ridgefield and other areas. So leave the driving to us. C-Tran will take you out to the ball game and anywhere else you need to go. Visit c-tran.com for more information. C-Tran, our community, our promise.
Elski is still going to be towing the rubber as it's 1-1. Ridgefield and Cowlitz tied up in the first West Coast League game of the year for either side. And it'll be a great finish here, as it always seems to be between these two teams. And to start things off, we will see Cody Estace come to the plate with Ren Cecil and Reese Hall behind Estace. 7-8-9 for the visiting Black Bears is Elski will be up there to throw. Starting off his second inning of work. Sky's starting to turn darker here on the West Coast as the first pitch is skied up center field side, and Salmon's barely going to have to move there to make the catch, and there is one away. Here's the first pitch to Cecil. He's 0 for 2. Strike one on the outer black. Black Bears here tied with the Raptors 1-1 in the 7th inning. Both these teams looking for their first win of the year. As an 0-1 is slammed over to Lamarian. He is unable to glove it, and it is held by Grenert to keep everyone at first base, and awarding himself with a base hit will be Cecil.
5 people in Raptor Stadium tonight.
Hall will be the batter now. He struck out and walked in the 5th inning. Wants to move him along here as the Black Bears have reached another on base. Got to try to get the runner to second. The offensive struggles any way you can. Elski throws and gets ahead with a nice off speeder for a strike. And was speaking with head coach of the Raptors, Chris Cota, earlier. Talked about this game. It's hardly really knows his teams. He was just getting in today. Now the 0-1. Fouled down the first base side. It'll drift out of place or towards some young fans. And So it's that time of the year where everybody just jumping onto the roster and suddenly out there and playing baseball, just trying to get to know each other. Coda, you mentioned that he's looking to just see what he has out there tonight, see what produces out of the lineup he puts out, see the guys before the games and taking their hacks and also doing their bullpens and kind of just go from there. Learn the team as it comes along, as an 0-2 is pushed outside, and Iverson went for the back pick and couldn't get it. Cecil able to dive in safely. And also, Coda mentioned that he loves the fans here in Ridgefield, loves the atmosphere, the team, the ownership, and everything that the team's kind of represented over the past few seasons that he's been here. And a big part of the reason he wanted to come back and coach again in Ridgefield, the record-setting 5th straight season, has been no other head coach of the Ridgefield Raptors other than Chris Coda. Can also say the same of the AC and Nick Allen. Now the 2-2 pitch out of the hands of Elski. And he tried to tear that outer half, but missed for a ball. There'll be 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Let's give him some encouragement.
The 3-2. That is fouled back to the screen. Beautiful atmosphere as the sun just starting to set. 8:43 Pacific time here in the Pacific Northwest. Cool atmosphere and temperatures in the 60s as the runner goes. A strikeout at the plate of Hall and can't get the double play completed as the shortstop and Rennert was unable to make the glove there. But looks like they are going to call him out and the inning will be over. Well, it'll be time to stretch when we come back. A surprising end to the inning, but ultimately Black Bears will be called for some type of interference to end the inning. So for the Black Bears, no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and nobody is left on in the inning. And we will come back with more Ridgefield Raptors baseball on the other side of the break.
When you need short-term communications for your business, project, or event, call the pros at Day Wireless Systems. We rent Motorola two-way radios, cellular devices, and satellite phones by the day, week, or month. We have thousands of units of inventory, and our experienced rental teams will make sure you have clear communication throughout your entire event. Visit us online at daywirelessrentals.com for more information. Day Wireless Systems, where a lot happens in a day.
At Dick Hanna, we know that buying a car can feel like you're in some overdramatic reality show. There's
shocking news.
6 weeks to get the red one?
And people who aren't here to make friends.
Honey, look confident. The salesperson is coming.
At Dick Hanna, our huge inventory of 14 brands and 600 plus used vehicles means we have something for everyone. So skip all the... At Dick Hanna, we believe in nice and making nice your reality.
Bryce Dodge still out there towing the rubber for the visiting Black Bears, who are tied with the Ridgefield Raptors 1-1. We are in the bottom of the 7th now and get to see Kyle Mamarian up there. And Mamarian been a solid player tonight on the third base side and digs it over to the shortstop, and Neve, who's unable to turn around and make the play. So Mamarian is at first base with the infield single to lead off the 7th for the Raptors. Big chance now as the Raptors have suddenly notched a few hits, starting to build that offense like they saw last year. Grennert will be up there from Loyola Marymount, a 6'2" freshman looking to move along the runners. So far today, Grennert is 0 for 3, lays down a bunt, third base side, and it just drizzles foul. And that would have been an amazing time to have the bunt laid down. Surprised the defense that was pinched out. But he's just able to squeeze it foul, and we'll have an 0-1. Marion at first. And the 0-1 is skied into the infield deep for the second baseman, Cecil. He drops back, raises the glove, and gets out number 1. Moves it along to Luke Iverson, the catcher tonight. Flown out twice and walked in the first.
Now stepping to the plate, your catcher, Luke Iverson.
Iverson, love to get on here. Drive around that runner again. It's 1-1 here between the Raps and the Black Bears. Resuming the Columbia River Cup, and don't even need to talk about how close it's been over the past couple of years. Series decided by just a game where the Raptors were able to take the cup, and off that point, over the 4 seasons that this rivalry has been started, both teams have won it twice. As this one is pushed away for a ball. So expect a lot of close games between Ridgefield and Cowlitz as this game and season goes along. But it may be 2 different rosters as well as we get into that second match of the year in July between these two. Now the 1-0. And that dives in towards Iverson. 2 balls and no strikes now. Dodge at the ready. He'll throw to the plate. And there's the first strike, a good cut by Iverson, but he comes up empty, and looks like he's getting some basic signs down there. Chris Cota at third for the Raptors. At 2-1, we're going to have a rundown, but a mishap by Anderson at first as he couldn't glove the throw over. And Mamarian was just right between first and second in no man's land, and somehow comes away with an easy stolen base as he advances into second. 90 feet closer to home plate, serves as the go-ahead run, and Iverson now makes his job a little bit easier. Base hit likely going to break the tie. Doesn't have to go for the alleys. Now the 2-1. And Iverson shoves it foul. Iverson, a sophomore from Utah Valley, hit .269 through the course of the regular season there. Now the 2-2. That is lumbered out of the stands and foul. Iverson also hit .295 as a freshman in 2023, had 3 home runs, 21 RBI, and followed that up with 4 home runs this season, 33 RBIs, and was a first-team All-State member back at Pineview High School as a senior in 2022. And up here at the plate does swing to miss and end his at-bat. There are 2 away in the 7th.
Now coming to the plate is Jack Salmon.
Jack Salmon is the batter. Grounded into a fielder's choice in the first, struck out in the 4th, had a walk, but did come around to score in the 6th. There's a big looper into the zone for a strike out of the hand of Dodge. Marion ready to go, come around to score anything that reaches the outfield. The 1-strike offer is served right back up the middle, played off the bounce by Neve, and he has no problem firing to first to end the inning. So the Raptors do get one on, but they leave him stranded and score no runs on no hits, or on the one hit by Mamarian, and they are still tied 1-1 with the Black Bears as we are going to the 8th.
You want to hear about A1A? Listen to this. This is what it sounds like to stay and play at A1A. And with our new luxury hotel featuring an indoor-outdoor pool, dining with incredible views, and more, it sounds even better. This is what it sounds like at the area's premier dining, gaming, and entertainment destination. A1A. Sounds like fun. Book your stay now at ilaniresort.com.
I like to think of myself as a confident backseat driver. Mom, brakes please.
Gotcha.
But these days, I'm less confident in the economy.
Same here, buddy.
Thankfully, Les Schwab Tires helps make sure that our safety never takes a backseat, even when we're watching our wallets. Time to turn, Mom.
Help keep drivers and backseat drivers safe with Les Schwab Tires, doing the right thing since 1952.
I call myself a confident backseat driver. Mom, brakes please.
Gotcha.
But I'm less confident in the economy.
Same here, buddy.
Thankfully, Les Schwab Tires helps make sure that our safety never takes a backseat, even when we're watching our wallets.
Hurry in and save up to $200 on a set of 4 tires, plus get an extra $50 off with financing. Limited time offer while supplies last. Terms and conditions apply. Details at leschwab.com/sale.
We're tied at 1 in the top of the 8th. Now the Raptors are bringing out a new man to tow the rubber. Austin Stallwick will go against the Black Bears from Mount Hood Community College. Has played there the prior 2 seasons, and a high recruit at 6'2", 215 pounds. Played with Gresham High School. Was rated the number 36 player in Oregon, the number 9 right-handed pitcher in the state by Baseball Northwest. Had some interest in Oregon State, Arizona, and Illinois out of high school. And will come in here to face this Black Bears lineup. Also replaces Mac Elsky, who got a couple solid innings of work, but ultimately is given the way in the range to Stallwick. Here he's the 4th man to go out there on the hill for the Raptors' 3rd reliever as well. And again, if you're just tuning in, the Black Bears were able to get the run in the 2nd inning, and the Raptors would not be able to respond until a run came across in the 6th. But we've got a big and close game here between these two teams, and ready to see it continue to get underway with the 8th inning. To start will be Jackson Pabillon. Leadoff hitter for the Black Bears is 0 for 2 with a walk in the 5th. Batting behind him will be Sergio Ikello. He struck out 3 times, and grounding out 3 times is Bronson Need, the 3rd slide in the order for the Black Bears. Pabillon in a righty-lefty matchup as Stallwick looks in on the tall righty. Some sidearm run to that, gets strike 1. Stallwick, a high recruit. Got a nice look in, and that arm side, kind of sidearm action, always tough to beat as he gets a ground ball here. It is gloved by Brown, and he flips on to first for the out. Cello up there to swing, has struck out 3 times in this matchup. Has 1 away in this Cowlitz club, looking for a 2nd run in the game as he lays off 1 outside for a ball. Comes the 1-0. That is pushed back towards the screen, well outside. 2 balls and no strikes here. Stallwick looking to recover from that one. Cello had the nice season as a redshirt sophomore in the spring with Arizona Western. Again, hit .292, had 9 home runs, 13 doubles, and 44 RBI. But if a surprise, he isn't going to hit yet in this game with the 3 Ks. Native of Ohio, here comes the 2-0. And that is right over the heart of the plate for a strike. Cello played all the way back at Stephen T. Bodden High School as the 2-1 will be a swing and a miss. Had all the perfect game grades coming out of there. Played at the Sunshine Showcase at Prosco Park in 2020 and was scouted to be right behind the plate there as he stays alive, fouling off a 2-2. Scouting report there is that he grades out almost as well both in the outfield and the infield. 90-mile-per-hour arm from the outfield and the infield, and with some good jumps on the ball wherever he plays. The 2-2. Check swing, but going to say that DiCello goes around to strike out for the 4th time tonight. A day to forget for the right fielders. Bronson Neve is the shortstop who's 0 for 3 and grounded out each time. He'll grab a bat to hit here and try to continue the inning for the Black Bears in this top of the 8th. First pitch will be served over to Mamarian. He is going to glove it, turn, and fire it wild on the first base side. And with that error, it will continue the Black Bears in and give them life here in the 8th. And that would have been a Sports Center top 10 twist and turn there for Mamarian if he could have converted. But just threw it a little wide, and for the moment, it'll be Will Anderson who is up there to swing. Badly, one of these two teams badly need a hit in a big situation late in this game. Offense been hard to come by. First pitch. And Anderson looks off a ball. Anderson started that second inning where the Black Bears got their only run with the base hit. Might need a little more than that to eventually drive around Neve from first. And that one slashes in towards the hitter. He's got a good hitter's count, though, with 2 balls and no strikes. As the crowd simmers down on this late Thursday night. Now nearly 9 o'clock on the Pacific Coast. Beautiful night for baseball as the lights start to buzz over the Rourke. It'll be 3 balls and no strikes here to Will Anderson. From Olone College. He goes very aggressive on a 3-0 and comes up empty for the first strike. Always the controversial pitch to whether you swing or not. Theoretically, you know you're going to get a strike, and then the moment you don't, can look bad swinging. Now comes the 3-1. And that is going to dig right off the knee of Anderson. And he is uncomfortable, headed down to first. And there's 2 on for the Black Bears here in the 8th. That could not have felt good for Anderson. He looked pretty bothered limping that one off. Problem is, too, if you're Cowlitz, again, limited in the amount of players available for this first game of the year. So not exactly obvious the way to go if you have to take Anderson out in terms of who would be running in his place. But he does look like he can shake it off and stick to first. 180 feet away now will be Neve at second base. He's the go-ahead run, as Nick Miller, who's struck out twice and got a single in the fourth, is up there to swing. Raptors looking to survive Game 1 on their home turf in 2024. And Stallwick will limp that one outside for a ball. Sun setting to the west of the field. Darker skies to the east, as the wind blows out towards that way and has since calmed down a little bit as the night's grown older, but colder here in the Pacific Northwest. And now the 1-0 is well away. Sliding is Iverson to go into a pitching mound conference. And if you're just tuning in, again, the Raptors and the Black Bears tied at 1, but Cowlitz able to get that one run in the second inning. The Raptors would drive it around on a Jack Naylor double and RBI in the sixth inning. Naylor driving around Jack Salmon, who's a returner, one of the only returners here for the Raptors this year, coming back to play with Ridgefield. And so fitting that he scored the only run here for the Raps in 2024. Comes the 2-0. And that misses low. 3 balls, no strikes here to Nick Miller. Black Bears in the orange and black looking to take road victory number 1 of the year. Now a 3-0. And that catches the plate just on the outer black for a strike. Stallwick trying to stay in it. Raptors do not have any arms going and jumping in the bullpen except for, I believe, just one. 3-1. Ball 4. So Nick Miller will be at first. Anderson takes second and Neve at third. They are loaded for the Black Bears, who are looking to break the tie here in the 8th inning. Slow trot out for Chris Cota. And not able to see the arm that might be down in the left field bullpen for the Raptors. It might be Damian Pantoja from Texas A&M Corpus Christi. If that is the number, he would come in not an easy spot. Pantoja also redshirted this past season when we eventually see him. He redshirted as a freshman this year, didn't play, but was at Lubbock Cooper High School in Texas prior to his time now here in Ridgefield. Van Deen will be the batter. And he's down in the count 0-1. Van Deen has a double, a walk, and produced an out there in the 6th inning. Markham 2 for 3. The 0-1. And that is off the body of Van Deen. He'll stay alive with 2 strikes. Quick rally here for Stallwick. All of a sudden you can say, hey, just one more of these and we're out of the jam. For all the anticipation that's been brought on by the past couple of batters. Here's the 2-strike offer. And this misses towards the hitter in Van Deen. There'll be 1 ball and 2 strikes. Raptors need this big out here. Van Deen with a black bat, orange numbers, and black batting gloves. Now the 1-2. And that just is lowered below the knees for a ball. Black Bears have Miller at first, Anderson at second, and Neve at third. The 2-2. Up and away for ball 3. And Stallwick's got huge pitch here with all ducks on the pond, tied at 1 and 2 away. Ball 4 causes a run. Strikeout gets him out of the inning, as does an out. The 3-2. Runners go, and this one's served into right center. It's going to be a tough play. It will fall in front of Cutlip for the bag hit, and it will drive in a run as Cowlitz is able to take the lead. A 2 RBI single, Royce Van Deen driving in the biggest runs of the game for the Black Bears. And there will be, at the moment, no pitching change made. As Cody Estes is up there, who flew out, struck out, and grounded into a fielder's choice. It'll now be 0-1. Miller at third now, and at first base is Van Deen. Black Bears shocking the Rourke crowd on this opening Thursday night. The big blow delivered off the catcher's bat in Van Deen to take the 2-run lead. So the Raptors will only have the bottom of the 8th coming up and 3 outs in the 9th to work with to try and at least tie this one up. As the 1-1 is forked off the bat of Estes, and he'll stay up there. Estes awaiting the 2-strike offer. And this is up the middle. Could be trouble. It's through both diving infielders, and Grenert and Brown through the middle for a base hit. It's now 4-1 Cowlitz on the RBI single by Cody Estes. Wheels starting to fall off the wagon for the Raptors in this inning. Ren Cecil will be the hitter in this situation, sporting number 4. Second baseman so far today has a single and grounded out twice. Gets behind 0-1. And you have to look back to that earlier part of the inning. It was really hard for Marion to make that play, but he ultimately threw it away from first base on the ground ball over towards him. He got that out. It could have been a different situation with Babione and DiCella being the first 2 to go down for the Black Bears. Would get 2 away before getting anyone on, and yet have been able to scratch for 3 in this 8th inning. The 2-strike offer to Cecil. That just carves away for a ball. Well, the Black Bears would love the confidence hit to win here tonight and go in facing what should probably be, again, the league's best team in the Corvallis Knights at home. As the 1-2 is shoved towards the Ridgefield side and foul. When you got to go against the Knights, always a tough task, and Corvallis may not have all their players in a row just yet, but even at David Story Field with that advantage, it's going to be a tough task for the Black Bears over the next 3. Would love to get the win here and are well on their way to doing so, grabbing 3 in this 8th inning. And for Ridgefield, will be a tough turnaround one way or the other to go face the Portland Pickles at Walker Stadium, opening 3 on the road. Here's the 1-2. And that finally gets the outer black as Stallwick lowers his head in relief. And the side is finally retired here in the 8th inning. The Black Bears strike for 3 and take the lead. It's now 4-1, and the Raptors will try to respond to the bottom of the 8th when we come back.
Thanks to Les Schwab Tires. I'm a confident backseat driver, but Mom's a little stressed about spending. Remember, breathe in. Now watch your speed and breathe out. Good. Even though we're watching our wallets, Les Schwab is still watching out for our safety. So turn here.
Help keep drivers and backseat drivers safe with Les Schwab Tires.
I call myself a confident backseat driver. Mom, brakes please.
Gotcha.
But I'm less confident in the economy.
Same here, buddy.
Thankfully, Les Schwab Tires helps make sure that our safety never takes a backseat, even when we're watching our wallets.
Roll into summer. Save up to $200 instantly on a wide selection of tires and wheels. Les Schwab Tires. Limited time offer. Terms and conditions apply. Details at leschwab.com/sale.
It is 4-1. Cowlitz and the Black Bears shocking the Ridgefield Raptors here at the Ridgefield Outdoor Recreational Complex in the home opener for Ridgefield's season. Taco lovers, though, unite. Here, it's time to spice up your day with bold flavors from Taco Bell. Indulge in our iconic crunchy tacos, loaded burritos, and mouth-watering nachos, all crafted to satisfy your cravings. Whether you're on the go or kicking back with friends, Taco Bell is your go-to spot for flavor-packed fun. Don't wait. Swing by Taco Bell and taste the excitement in every bite. You can also have the moment you've been waiting for is finally here. The nacho fries are back at Taco Bell. Get ready to dive into crispy golden fries smothered in warm nacho cheese sauce and loaded with savory toppings. Experience the ultimate snack sensation that's been dearly missed. Hurry in and grab your nacho fries fix today. Don't miss out. The nacho fries are back only for a limited time at Taco Bell. Again, you can catch all that over at the Bell and Taco Bell with the nacho fries. But back to the game, the Raptors giving up 3 to the Black Bears in that inning. It'll be Jack Naylor to start things off in the 8th. Justin Sukata will be the batter behind him, and Spencer Siegel, the left fielder. First 3 coming up. That's 5, 6, and 7 for the Raptors, as the Black Bears have a new member on the mound, and that is number 27. So the first batter in this inning will be Jack Naylor. Here's the pitch, and a swing and a miss by Naylor to start. So in the day of Dodge, as he was able to collect an inning of work against the Raptors, the 0-1 is ripped off the lefty's hand for a ball. Here comes the 1-1 to Naylor. He slices it foul. Raptors, again, were tied up in this game, allowed 3 in the last half inning. They were down 1-0 initially after 2. Were able to tie it up in the 6th with a run, and now need 3 to do the same. The 1-2. Good swing by Naylor, but he is down on strikes, and he's the first to go in the 8th inning. Grabbing a bat again is Sukata, as he's up there after the walk in the 6th inning. Ryder Cutlip was initially in his place and had a strikeout and a walk. Comes the pitch. And that misses outside for a ball. Here's the 1-0. And that is pushed in. Lefty on the mound is Cale Hammer, wearing 27 from Gonzaga. He redshirted this spring. Played at Snohomish High School and was a two-time league MVP there. Made first-team All-State once as a 4-year starter. A 6'3" freshman will have, should be his redshirt freshman year coming up in 2025, and a lot to look forward to is the 1-2. Is served up for a foul ball. Hammer said he chose Gonzaga because my pitching coach growing up pitched there. And ever since I worked with him, it's been my dream school. A wonderful baseball program out there at Gonzaga and the Bulldogs. And the basketball program been of prowess as well out there in the West Coast Conference. Deuce is wild on the count to Sukata. And he swings through strike 3, second out in the 8th. Back-to-back Ks for the lefty. Strong start coming in this money situation where he's got to have a save opportunity against the Raptors.
Now at the plate is your left fielder, Spencer Siegel.
It'll be Spencer Siegel, the left fielder, who struck out twice and grounded out in the 4th. Hammer looks in and deals for a strike. Raptors down in this game 4-1, looking to find a way back. As Siegel is swinging the sword up there, now 0-2. Unable to get anything with that. Over in the other non-league game of the night, Portland Pickles beating the Portland Rosebuds 5-0 in the top of the 5th. As the 0-2 is the first ball of the count to Siegel. Try to stay alive and ignite an offense here for the Raptors, who have only put up 3 hits on the night. Black Bears have 6, taking advantage of 3 Raptor errors. Crowd starting to lessen down the left field line on the lawn down there as they move in towards the stands with a 2-2 to Siegel. He slices it right field, got carry. It will drop just foul of the chalk. And we'll have another pitch. Rourke has gone silent in this opening day matchup. Not a lot to cheer about here for the Raptors fans and faithful in attendance. Here's the 2-2. And Siegel lays off some good cheddar on the inside part of the plate. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. And Siegel stays alive again as he rockets that one down the first base side. Siegel, the transfer from San Diego Christian, now the 3-2. Fouled first base again. Plenty of extra baseballs being hit around the yard tonight. Might be a few souvenirs for the young fans who are standing near the fence. Big full count pitch from Hammer's left hand. And Siegel just gets wood on this one. It's going to be a charge to the shortstop in Neve, who will gun it on to first base to retire the side. Raptors go in short order. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on either for Ridgefield. They are down 4-1 as we head to the top of the 9th.
Ridgefield Main Street is dedicated to historic preservation, beautification, and a thriving downtown. We support our merchants and our community and thank you for shopping small. Join us for Main Street Day in our fall wine walk. Discover downtown for unique shopping, dining, and exploring the arts. Spend your Main Street moolah at most shops, restaurants, and the food carts. More information at ridgefieldmainstreet.com. Go Raptors, and we'll see you downtown. Ridgefield Main Street partners with the Raptors and invites you to discover downtown for shopping, dining, and exploring the arts. We're working to keep our small town charm intact by supporting our merchants and the community. Join us for Main Street Day in our fall wine walk. Spend your Main Street moolah at most shops and restaurants. We have 4 active committees and are always looking for volunteers. More information at ridgefieldmainstreet.com. See you downtown, and go Raptors!
Attention Raptors fans. After a 5-year hiatus, the West Coast League All-Star Game is back and better than ever. Join us in Bellingham at Joe Martin Field on July 17th for an unforgettable night of big hits, epic catches, and non-stop excitement. The day will be jam-packed with family-friendly activities, including a fan fest and skills challenge. Get your tickets now at bellstickets.com. We'll see you at the ballpark.
Raptors have a lead. Are down in the game 4-1 to the Black Bears, who hold the advantage. But Ryan McClaskey is the new pitcher into the ball game, wearing number 34 for the staff, and comes in after a season with Lower Columbia College. Had a last appearance on the road at Clark College, went an inning there, allowed 2 runs on 1 hit, 1 walk. Had a hit by pitch in 26 pitches from Camas High School, rated as the number 72 player in Washington, number 29 player at his position by Baseball Northwest. Now the pitch, and it digs inside to the hitter. Starting us off is Reese Hall. The 1-0. That is at the knees for a called strike. And they'll be even now in the count. Black Bears had the big 3 spot in the last half inning after there were 2 immediate outs in the 8th. Ended up rallying to grab 3 runs. As a 1-1 is up and in the zone again for a strike. But the Raptors will look to put them away quickly in this half inning and then somehow mount the offense for a big bottom of the 9th. So it'll be Deuces Wild here. Comes the pitch from McClaskey. And that is moved outside for a ball. McClaskey from Lower Columbia again plays at David Story Field throughout the regular season. That's the home of the Black Bears. Now has the 3-2 at the belt. Comes set and throws. And a check swing foul, first base side. Will have to do it again. The night has just grown old enough to bring on the lights in full effect here at the Rourke. This game nearing 3 hours old. As McClaskey has it. Again, the 5'11 freshman coming to the plate. That is roped on the Cowlitz side and fouled again. McClaskey is a business major over at Lower Columbia College, but says he wants to play in the MLB after his time in JUCO and be able to climb his way to the big stage. Comes another full count delivery to Hall. And he wanted to check his swing, but it doesn't matter anyways. It loops right back over the zone for a called strike 3. And a nice start to the outing for McClaskey. Gets a strikeout. It was a long battle, but it now brings in Jackson Babillon. Grounded out in the 8th, walked in the 5th, had a ground out in the 3rd, reached on an error in the 1st. McClaskey ready to throw and gets a pop up here. It'll be tough for the left fielder in Siegel, who is able to come on about 30 yards and make a glove high catch for the second out. Quick turnaround after a long battle in the first AB of the inning. It is one pitch at bat to end Babillon's fight here in the 9th. Sergio DiCello back up there, struck out 4 times. Not the night he wanted to have. And gets ahead in the count here, 1-0. Raptors again will shave off this game and play 3 in Portland starting tomorrow night. While the Black Bears have home games against the Corvallis Knights over the next 3 games, with 2 of them being in the evening's position at 6:35 and 7, and then an early start on Sunday at 1:05 for the Black Bears. So there'll now be 2 strikes here. DiCello. Comes the 1-2 pitch with 2 away. Up and in. Some chin music here to DiCello. Raptors down in this one 4-1. Cowlitz looking for the upset road win to start the year. And DiCello will strike out for the 5th time tonight. And he will have to forget about this game as his season continues, but a tough start in 2024. It's also the 3rd out in the 9th as the Black Bears are not able to get any runs on any hits. They have no errors in the inning and nobody left on base. We'll come back with the bottom of the 9th where the Raptors are down 4-1. It's the last chance for the Raps to try and tie it. Otherwise, it'll be an L to start 2024.
For over 70 years, Columbia Credit Union has put people first, supporting its Main Street neighbors with high-earning accounts and the best possible rates. That's because its core values of people, community, and financial wellness are behind everything that Columbia Credit Union does, from checking and savings to home mortgage, credit cards, and business banking. Drop by a branch or visit columbiacu.org to see the credit union difference yourself. Columbia Credit Union, investing in values since 1952. Listen up, baseball fans. Head into Safeway to score on great deals all season long. Safeway has everyone's tailgating favorites, from fried chicken and party subs to fresh cut fruit and veggie trays and tons of easy meal options. Satisfy your whole team for the ultimate game day experience. And you can save a cartload of time with Safeway Drive Up and Go. Just shop online at Safeway.com, head to the store, and we'll bring your groceries right to your car. Safeway, sponsor of the Ridgefield Raptors.
Holt Homes is proud to be a local builder. We embrace all that is special about Oregon and Southwest Washington. The natural beauty of the landscape, the dynamic climate, the community that brings us together. It's why we live and build in this place that we love. Holt Homes, built for the Pacific Northwest. Find home today at holtpnw.com.
4-1 is the advantage for Cowlitz, and it needs to get 3 outs to put down the Ridgefield Raptors here in the 9th inning. As Nick Holm, Elliott Brown, and Kyle Mamarian will be the 3 up there. Nick Holm will start us off. And that one digs away for a ball. Black Bears looking to put this thing away, get win number 1 of the Columbia River Cup, would give themselves a 1-game advantage in the 7-game season series. As home does get ahead in this count, 2 balls and no strikes. Home so far today is a strikeout, a single and a walk. And that one is served upstairs, 3 balls and no strikes. Flynn McGahn now out there and towing on the rubber. He's 6 foot, 225-pound freshman from Iowa Western, replacing Cale Hammer. Here's his 3-0. It's attached to the plate, outer half for a strike. McGahn, he had a redshirt freshman year this prior season with Iowa Western, and will get the full season coming back in 2025 as the 3-1 is at the knees for a strike. Played with Baseball Australia club baseball team, and he's from Perth, Washington. As the full count pitch to the ready. And down goes Holm as he swings at high heat for the first out of the 9th. Raptors are suddenly down to their final 2 outs as Elliott Brown is up there to swing. He grounded into a fielder's choice earlier on in the game. Raptors in big threat of dropping their first game of the year. Comes the pitch. And Brown will get down to the count 0-1. McGahn is looking pretty steady out there, the righty so far. Start the day has no obvious action down the right field bullpen. The 0-1. And that is pushed away for a ball. McGahn with the pitch at the belt, at his chest, looking in. Here's the 1-1. And that misses low. For Brown in this situation, if he can find his way on, you can start a sudden rally. There's been a couple errors for the Black Bears in this game. 3 for the Raptors. There's definitely been some rust, as we just saw with the errant throwback there from Van Dyne. But you never know. You just got to get somebody on to try and spark a rally, and anything could happen here under the lights of the Rourke as the 2-1 is a huge swing by Brown. He comes up empty, and there's 2 strikes. A 4-1 lead for the Black Bears. They need a strike and then another out to win the first game of the Columbia River Cup. And it looked like a good placement from the box, but Dane Ratliff will call it a ball. 3-2 here to Brown. Nobody on and 1 away. Raptors will hit the road tomorrow to Portland and won't be back here at the Rourke until Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday against Edmonton. Here's the 3-2. That is hit back towards the press box and foul. Raptors searching for any spark of life. The Kyle Mamarian coming to the plate from Gonzaga as at least the last chance for the Raptors. 3-2, and Brown will stay alive. It's been a few great battles up here by the hitters for both sides, the Raptors and the Black Bears, driving deep in accounts. Game has grown to 3 hours old now. 3-2 pitch from McGahn. That's fouled away. Gone looking pretty steady despite redshirting with Iowa Western. One of the premier places in the country, often send D1 players from JUCO to D1, I should say, out of that program every year. We're just in national championship contention in late May. Now the 3-2 comes in again. And another foul ball. It's left field and deep towards the van out there, chased away by the youngsters. Always a good time for a souvenir, even with the Raps down, for the hometown crowd. Full count pitch again. And a beautiful curveball touches the knees of the zone for strike 3. And Brown is frozen. There's 2 away. Agahan with a beautiful 12-6 curveball will bring up Kyle Mamarian. First pitch to him. And that will get just outside for a ball. With the Raptors down 4-1, they would go to 0-1 with a loss, while the Black Bears would improve to 1-0. The 1-0 upstairs, and there's quickly 2 balls in the count. Mamarian can get on. It would be Grenert coming behind him and Iverson in the third slide. This is on to the infield, third base side, and Miller gloves it chest high, then throws. And that is the ball game. 3 come up and 3 go down for the Raptors, who lose this ball game 4-1 in an upset loss. The Black Bears, with only 9 available position players, able to come in and stun the Raptors and earn their first win of the West Coast League season, and also the first win of the Columbia River Cup. As the Raptors, it was a struggle all night long as we dig into this post-game show. Weren't able to get much going. Raptors ultimately only get 3 hits. They had 3 defensive errors and 1 run. The Black Bears 4 runs on 6 hits and 2 errors, and really much of the game came down to that 8th inning. The Black Bears came up with Jackson Babione and Sergio DiCello, who got out, grounded out, and struck out respectively. Then a big error by Kyle Mamarian was made at third on a tough play. That would give the floodgates open for Cowlitz, who got a hit by pitch for Anderson. Miller would walk, and then Royce Van Dyne would get a 2 RBI single. Cody Estes with an RBI single as well behind that. Broke open 3 runs in the inning on 2 hits, and Ren Cecil struck out to end that side. But that was the big inning for the Black Bears after the second inning, where you had the miscommunication between Gibson and Iverson. Allowed the first run to come across for Cowlitz. You had some other similar mishaps for Cowlitz that gave Ridgefield a great position. And the only run of Ridgefield's day was the 2 RBI double by Jack Naylor, the first baseman, in the 5th slide in the order. Was the only way that Ridgefield was able to crack the scoreboard, but had another chance before that as well. In that 5th inning, when Grenert came to the plate, there was 2 on with just 1 out, but he would ground into the double play to end it. So Ridgefield so far been offensively challenged, haven't been able to really get things to where they want, and we will see how they are ultimately able to recover again. 4-1 victory for the Cowlitz Black Bears over the Ridgefield Raptors. And the look ahead for the Raptors will be tomorrow at Portland. It's a 7:15 game on Friday night at Walker Stadium. It'll be the same start time for Portland on Saturday at Walker Stadium as well. And then a 6:15 start on Sunday night from Portland. You can catch all those games on ridgefiedraptors.com/stream. On the Listen Live tab, you'll find where the Raptors are playing all of their season games. But Again, the Black Bears come in and upset the Ridgefield Raptors 4-1 and get it done to take the first game of the Columbia River Cup. And on the other side of town, the Portland Pickles up 8-3 over the Portland Rosebuds in the bottom of the sixth. That'll be the opponent for the Raptors tomorrow, and the Cowlitz Black Bears will retreat back to David Story Field and open up with the Corvallis Knights. For those of you who are tuning into the simulcast, we did some technical difficulties with the equipment here up in the press box for the Cowlitz setup, but now the Black Bears will return to their own broadcast tomorrow on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at home and David Story Field. But for Ridgefield, again, tune in tomorrow, 7 o'clock pregame show against the Portland Pickles on Friday at Walker Stadium. It'll also be another 7 o'clock pregame show on Saturday and a 6 o'clock pregame show for start times that are 15 minutes after the pregames on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. My name has been Patrick McCall. Thank you so much for tuning in throughout the night. Cowlitz Black Bears take down the Ridgefield Raptors 4-1 and lead the Columbia River Cup 1-0. And we'll see how that series turns out in 2024. Both teams have won it twice. The grudge match is this year. Again, Black Bears 4, Ridgefield Raptors 1. My name has been Patrick McCall, bringing you West Coast League baseball all night long. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thanks. By the way, sorry I didn't put in Sukota, I think it was, or Sukata, yeah.
You're fine. You're fine. We got him.
Yeah,
We
actually,
got him.
I had him on mine, but I didn't have it on my notes. But we only use that again.
Yeah, fans love hearing it. So he played last year towards the end of the season too, and then Justin, his brother, played for the last 3 years. So they certainly enjoyed hearing that last name again.
We'll mix in like a Black Bear.
Awesome stuff. Well, we will see. Are you going to go over to Portland tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll be there.
I think my wife and I are going to try and hit that one.
Yeah, it'll be
It's
great.
supposed to be good enough. That place is ugly in the
Yeah, I
party.
heard it's rowdy.
Yeah. And it's going to be our Friday night, 75 degrees. So.
It'll be fun.
Woo! What fun. Okay, thanks. Yeah, he's out there locking up the strings.
sound so enthusiastic. That's what I'm saying. You're getting fucked out. Oh, official. Yeah, right? How do I look at, like, before? Because it was 2 separate shifts. Yeah, so it'll show up. Sure. I don't. It's gonna be in that box. You can hunt. Yeah. Yeah. You almost done? Dude, what? You can't get on Highway 14, which concerns you. I don't think that was in the game. Fuck. Oh, dude, that was like, it was like sometime last week. Dude, shit. I gotta make sure there's not a concert, too. Yeah. What? No, you're kidding. In Ridgefield? In Ridgefield. I thought that dude was in jail. I was like, bro, I thought he was in jail. Maybe he probably got out. I don't know. Kurt, is the front window thing supposed to be up? No, it's supposed to be down. Okay, I'll put it down. Thanks. Ken Carson, I saw that actually, yeah. That's the... I was gonna say, dude, I'm